2, 1. Good morning, everyone. Hope you all have your lunch already. It's 12 in the noon currently in Malaysia, and the weather is pretty fine. It's a little bit cloudy in Penang. Today, as you can see, is the main event day of the Duelist Cup Malaysia region. My name is Ethan, and together with me we have CyhKai. We will be one of the commentators as well for this live stream. Kai, please say hi to the viewers.
Hi, welcome guys. My name is Kai. You guys probably know me from my channel, and we're glad to be here. Together with me, I got Ethan. Hi, Ethan.
Alright. Alright, while we are waiting for the players to set up, let me give you guys some insights of our event. So, alright, for our tournament format, due to the current pandemic situation in Malaysia, we are unable to do face-to-face. Therefore, our Duelist Cup is slightly different than the one in Hong Kong. For us, first we have Duelist Cup shop tournament, which happens in the past few weeks. And then today, which is the main event day, we have all the champions from each local shop tournament to compete with each other, which is like a total of 17 participants, as you can see. And the format is 4 rounds of Swiss, and then we will proceed to the top 4, which is a single eliminations. And the band list we are using for this event was the OCG July 2021, which means we are still going to see VFDs and Mixed Mind. Any thoughts on this,
Yes, we're still
Kai?
going to see the very fun dragon, as we call it in the format. And I believe that in this format, since we're still using the July format, we're gonna see a lot of virtual worlds and sword souls, and of course the Cyframe Gamma, which is still legally playing at 2 pieces, and not to mention the I believe the underdogs they calling the Drytrons. We're probably gonna see a lot of those variants in this tournament.
Yep, totally agree. Later on, I will put on the slides on the total deck representations, and you guys can see like which of the decks is the most represented one. And yeah, this is the probably the last tournament, big tournament you're going to see, which contains VFDs, as TCG is also have VFD ban as well. Yeah.
But the differences of the list shows that with or without VFDs is definitely a big difference. But the differences is not that impact, I believe, because of the format and also the different values, and of course the existence of maxis changes the formats a lot.
Yep.
And not to mention the Drytrons, we have basically full power, and also we're trending with the stuff called no hand traps decks, I believe. And during the Hong Kong's Duelist Cup, the first place Drytron has showed us he didn't even play any hand traps and he made it that far, so which is kind of nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, speaking of the Duelist Cup in Hong Kong, you guys see the matchups where the final is Tri Brigade going against the Drytron, which has zero hand traps, which is yeah pretty fascinating. And yeah, so does the Tri Brigade, which is 60 cards without any grass, which is also interesting.
And the all hand traps, 24 hand traps, ladies and gentlemen. Observed numbers.
Yep. All right.
And the different formats is, I believe, Sword Souls. I believe Sword Souls will be a big impact here.
Mm-hmm. Seems like our participant is almost ready up. Please wait for a few minutes.
Stay tuned, guys.
All right. Now that our participants is ready up, let's kick start on the first round of Swiss. Right, while we are waiting for the players to shuffle their decks, yes, as you can see here, this is like a typical remote duel kind of stuff. So each of the players have their camera facing them, and I mean like their duel field, and they have to keep their hands visible to the camera so that there won't be any cheatings being caught or what.
And yes, we have the first perspective view. We have everything. We have the field, the players, the hand, the cards, the deck, and of course, notes and calculators if you need it.
Alright, we now have the names of the player. Let me show that up to you guys. We have Jeffrey Ng versus Eden Chong.
Yes, we have Jeffrey and Eden, and I must say that is a really nice match both players having there.
As you can see on the left side, we have the Salomon Grades. And then on the right side, we have
I wish
the
I have those.
the Army Raj. Yeah, very cool. And on the right side, we have the Ash Blossom Alternate Art, which I believe is the TCG imports. Am I right?
Yes, it is from the TCG imports, and I must say they did a very good job of doing that playmat. And also, I want that Elm Rush playmat, by the way.
And now from the left,
Those like both.
I believe
We have
Jeffrey.
the
Yeah, I believe Jeffrey is playing the Tribigate decks, while the Eden is playing the Prank Kids with the Brave token, I believe.
And for viewers who didn't know, the Brave token archetype is a new archetype that's just released on the deck view packs. Really seeing a lot of plays nowadays. And I hope that Eden surprises us with some of the text and the basically, I believe, wombo combos, they name it.
Mm-hmm.
Those idea on.
Yep. Since that their angle is pretty much different, where one is have their camera facing in front of him, and another one is like facing from his own point of view. So they might wanna confirm their placement of the columns. This is a common encounter you will have during remote duels.
Yes, it is, but it's not a big problem as long as they have their own understanding of the places they're put. But still, it not gonna change the game's outcome as long as we play fair and trust in the heart of the cards.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that Jeffrey is proposing that in Eden's perspective view is the left side of the deck is on his right hand side, but in the other side would be on the left hand side, which is kind of amusing because I had that problem since day one I play remote duels because my camera is exactly the same angles as Jeffrey and I have hard time explaining or like keep my hands on the tables. It's very nice experience, I believe. We
Mm-hmm.
make the little silly mistakes.
Yeah, actually, when you kind of think of it, you can actually just like your extra deck is in the same column as your opponent's main deck. So in that ways, yeah, you can know like which columns is on. In this case, the left hand side of the Jeffrey is the right hand side of the Eden.
Yes, and if based on our view, what we see is that this view is literally the same as we do in the local shop because like when we see their gameplay from the sidelines, it's just one left and right. So the decks or the field centers or whatever it is basically corresponding. So I believe it doesn't change that much. It's
Yep,
just we're on the screen instead of on the local shop instead. I miss on the local shop. Aren't we, Ethan?
yep. I miss dealing in the local shops where we can deal face to face. The experience is kind of different, I would say.
Yes, of course. And also, since we're very you get used to the local shop, we can do whatever we want, including trash talks and so on. But we still keep loyal to the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the players are deciding how to cut their decks.
Yep, this is like a standard SOP where you let your opponent to rearrange your decks first before you start drawing your cards.
Yes, and looks like Jeffrey is wanted to cut 7 cards to the bottom of the deck, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Looks, looks like both players are ready. They're ready their five starting hands and waiting to see if who go first.
Yep, they are waiting for the call from the judge. Speaking of the
Right,
judge,
ladies?
yeah, this event is actually moderated by the Malaysia YGO judges, and yeah, it's not possible without them.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we've been waiting for. This is the round one of this match. I believe you're all excited to see it, and it's about to get started. So get ready your eyes.
As you can see, like both players setting up their dual calculator. One is using the application by Konami, which is they're
Also known
naming as
as
Neuron.
Neuron, right?
Yep. And Jeffrey is using the old school style with the papers and pen.
I believe in some of the regions they still have to use the paper for white and black dead lists and submission or life counts, right? Because some of them didn't use the application or calculators and so on. Black and
Yeah.
whites, they still think it's quite fair in nowadays
Mm-hmm.
format.
Because application, right? Anyone can did anything on that, and your phones may even run out of batteries. You might lose all your data. To prevent those kind of conspiracy, then so we just like stays on using the papers and pen.
Yes, not to mention the disconnected or anything might happen. I have my experience before when we were counting line points and suddenly I think the apps crashed because of a call went in and somehow it just reset both line points back to the 8,000 and we'll be like just
Oh crap.
did we just miss it? Luckily we just lose a little bit of line points. We still can remember the one or two. And for players who haven't
Yeah,
like I think who haven't witnessed some of it might feel new to this format, but I think after one or two matches, you guys will probably understand what you're seeing right now.
agree.
Especially the Brave token from TechPad Grand Creator. Some people still not familiar with it or how the mechanics works, and not to mention how does the card looks because I do. Looks like players are deciding the sequence by using a die roll.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the matches start.
All right, Jeffrey, go first.
Looks like Rescue Cat has been normal summon. And yes, it is a very important card in Tri Brigades decks.
All right.
It's a one card starter, basically 400-500
That
or what they say.
yeah, and
Looks
Eden choose to throw out the maxi because doesn't wait for the rescue kit to activate because I think he's afraid of the gamma.
yes, and of course it forces your opponents to not making any moves, so you will have a one rescue cat on the field to be attacked over. But those that Jeffrey doesn't fade. He straight activates the Destiny fusions or fusion Destiny. Sorry, sending the two materials for the Phoenix Enforcer.
Yep, as the Tri-Brigade are losing their Dryden in the last bandits. So this is like kind of like a substitute for that, I believe. If you ever got Maxi, just last time we overlay into Dryden, but now we activate the Fusion Destiny instead.
Yes, and it just gets to draw one card instead of multiples, but it is already enough. You have one disruption with the Phoenix Enforcer, and I don't think the Rescue Cat is gonna live through next turn anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Now it passes turn, and for players who don't know, about looking at Jeffrey's field, thinking that he's playing hero instead of Tri Brigades,
True.
and what we can see here is Jeffrey acknowledging that Eden is baiting some things, so he's not making any more extends. He just passes his turn with 3 hand cards left in the hand. Going second with 6 hand cards Edens. He's thinking about it. He's wanted to bait the Phoenix Enforcers. What we all wanted to do. It's just like a Dragoon, but less menacingly, I believe, but still a strong card. Well, Eden answering with his own Destiny Fusion. Wow, and the fish reacts with the Maxi. What a game, guys.
Both players have Maxi and Fusion Destiny as well. So if
And still
the
this
I
playing.
believe Eden is going to attack over the rescue cat, which will cause the try to bait the Jeffries to activate his fusion. I mean the hero Phoenix guy. In that way, he can chain over on top of it and then pop the rescue kit.
And not to mention, Fusion Enforcers has the second effects, which is for every hero monsters in the graveyard, opponent's monster loses 200 attack points. So basically, both players' monsters loses 400 attack points, which makes Skill Cat now a 0 attack monsters. and go entering the battle phase, and Jeffrey has something in response, planning to trade, I believe. Getting attack for the cat. For players intensing, they're using the Phoenix Enforcer to trade.
In
Same
this case,
like we
he's
have it
trying
before.
to, yeah, he wants Jeffrey to prop off the Phoenix Enforcer's effects so that his rescue cat can remain on the field. But in this case, Chain Link 1, Jeffrey's Phoenix Enforcer, I believe Eden is going to activate his Phoenix Enforcer as well.
And yeah, because they are to pop on both players' field, so he might loses the target and rescue cat might remains on the field. And not to mention, after both Phoenix and Enforcer, if destroyed during this process, both of them can special summon a Destiny hero from the graveyard during the next standby phase.
Yeah,
Which also guarantee a interruption.
The interesting thing is here, like, alright, now that Eden has activated his Phoenix Enforcer, if he pops the rescue cat, and then alright, seems like he pops the Phoenix Enforcer instead.
Interesting choice, I believe.
Because I was thinking of if
And
he... Yep, Ghost Spell has been changed towards his revival.
setting 2 and pass, which basically guaranteed a Phoenix Enforcer for on Eden's field during the next standby phase.
I believe he should have popped the rescue cat, because in the end phase, Jeffrey earns the Phoenix Enforcer will get destroyed because of the Fusion Destiny. In that way, he can also chain Ghost Bell.
Yes, and also Phoenix Enforcer, when sent to the graveyard, it has to activate its effect immediately, because when it's sent to the graveyard, it's triggered. So if you don't during the next standby phase, you can't revive anything because you had already lost the timing. And as we can see now, Crossout Designator is activated in response to the Maxi, and he declares Maxis. Wow. And for people who are asking, how many Maxis do you need? The answer is yes. It's still an
Alright.
interesting choice that the rescue cat really remains on the field.
And come to think of it, the Eden choose to activate his crossout in your opponent's turn, calling Maxi, which I believe he's desperate in drawing into hand traps, I believe.
Or maybe he just wants to make sure that one extra cards doesn't change the game that much, because as you see during the first turn, he normal summon rescue cat and then one Phoenix to interrupts, and maybe he doesn't want your opponents to have more, so that he chooses to uses that as an option instead. And Eden activates the fusion for prank hits.
Yep, as you can
And
see here, they're proactively negating the Maxi is now preventing his own fusion spell getting Maxi.
Well, it's pretty interesting choice. I did not saw that he set the fusion spell to activate it during the opponent's turn. It's really interesting choice, to be honest. Because if for you guys who didn't know, if like it activates it and your opponent responds in Ash or even Callback, the combo might have stopped in the process. So he chooses in these timings in order to prevent any interruption that he may encounter.
Yep, as you know,
And
while resolving the Prankins effects, there will be a lot of Prankin monster being special summoned out. So proactively negating the Maxi from the crossouts definitely pays off.
yes, generating advantage, generating resources, not to mention dealing 500 life points for having the game lead is very crucial sometimes.
Alright, too bad Jeffrey Ng hasn't known any starter cards just now. He chose set 2, and before entering end phase, the Eden props his fusion spells, which can only be activated during main phase, and now he can try to combo off and try.
His combo, he don't want to make any mistakes because even one hand trap might lead to mistakes or end of their combos. He's thinking about it, and I must say, I'm still, if you're looking at Jeffrey's field or graveyard, you still don't know what deck he's playing, and I believe I don't know either if I look by the perspective view of mine.
But you can tell with the rescue
Yes.
cat, yeah.
Yes, it's Gladiator Beast. The Phoenix Enforcer still minusing 400 attack points. We must remember that because I usually forgot that as a second effect for each hero monster in graveyard decreases 200. Well, it doesn't really matter because Jeffrey's field is empty. We have no monsters and one back row. Frankie's fire is that's gonna trigger again. It's gonna burn another 500. I get used to call it Prankit's Fire, but actually the name is called Prankit's Lamp because that is a much more easier name to pronounce. Looking at the advantage of one Prankit's monster can do, generating 4 monsters and 2 hand cards as a resource for next turn. How is this deck not liked by people? I mean, look how cute those monsters are. Let's look at it. And he's Link Summer another Cock-a-doodle-doo, which not gonna activate his effect because it's a hard once per turn. Just gonna triggers the Prankits rock type Prankits. It's gonna banishing a card from hand to draw a card. Yes, that is a Prankits rock. That is the easiest thing to remember. And he's banishing Fusion Destiny. Both players are really having a good Destiny hero engines, I believe.
Yep, both of them draw into 2 copies of the spells.
Drawing 2 copies of Fusion Destiny, 2 copies of Maxi. How is this even happen? This is a realize. And looks like Jeffrey acknowledging it, just pick up his card, and we're going to a game 2.
Alright, so Eden has the first win.
What a game. Just one card basically decides the
Yeah,
basically it just changes the match a lot.
yeah, it's too bad that the Jeffrey, which is a Tropical player, has no star up on the third turn because the Tribbrigade, I mean the D hero Phoenix Enforcer has popped his rescue cat, but he haven't normal summon, so but too bad he doesn't have any follow-ups, which kind of loses his advantage from there.
Yes, and also what we can see during that match is you literally can solve the problem of a Phoenix Enforcer with another Phoenix Enforcer. Just like back in the days, we solved Dragoon by another Dragoon. It's kind of preposterous, but it is what the game starts. It is still relevant and not as broken, I would say.
Into the side decking
Hopefully,
sessions, I believe Jeffrey is
texting
going to
side
go
deck.
first, right?
Well, for me, I believe Jeffrey is going to go first again. What we can see just now, he has a really good starters, just that one Maxi is interrupting. For side decking, I believe he's going to side those decks. Maybe he can play something like Ash Blossoms, Nibiru's, or even the different dimensional ground, which is a interesting choice because Frankies have to send to the graveyard, and in order to recover back the resources. They have the spell to turn 3 and draw 1. It has to resolve in the graveyard. So if you're losing your resources, you might not able to grind as potentially as you can.
Yep, as a Tri Brigade player, I think it's not wise to go second against the Ranked player, else you are going to have to deal with a Raigeki monster and also perhaps a D-Hero Phoenix Enforcer. And on top of that, maybe if he ever drew into the Brave Token engines, yeah, you have to deal with another negate, which is pretty hard.
And not to mention, the Prankit's Battle Butler is not once per turn. So if he had the Battle Butlers on the field and you have Meow Meow Moo in the graveyard, basically you have to deal with 2 Raigekis, and if have maybe it's enforcer, you have to deal with 1 interruption more. Also, Prankit's Battle Butler has a bloated effects. When this card is sent, you can bring back the 3 materials and you have 3 more bodies to deal with.
Although we didn't see any Brave Token cards just now, but I believe most of the Prankest players are adopting the package. Let's see if we can see any of those later.
Or he didn't even have the Brave package. He's just playing pure practice like we don't know.
Yep.
Both players are still deciding how to cut their decks. And I noticed just now is that last card in Jeffrey's field is actually Destiny Fusions. Did he just drew 3 on the first turn? I mean, that is so I believe cool, because there are not always we get to draw 3 the exact same cards in our hand, and actually it is a good card. It's not a garnish or anything.
I believe like every players when going into these events, like hoping, oh, I must draw into my future destiny, and now you have it. You have 3 copies in your first game. That's funny if you think about it.
Yeah. Yes, and sadly, Phoenix Enforcer is once per turn. So even if you draw multiples, you get the fusion multiples, but you still get to only apply 1 of the effects only. So keep that in mind. And Jeffrey, of course, going first as we expected, activating 10 key.
Yep, the
I
best
believe it is has
starter.
no response.
I believe if you have Ash, probably it's going to Ash a Fractal, which is more practical. But you're still subsistent to the gamer. So you
We
might
are,
as well.
of course, for the gammas is something to be afraid of.
Yep.
And Jeffrey's gonna proceed to the basic combo, which is Fractal into Nervo into Kit, the basic 3.
Yeah, this is a quite an interesting move from the tribal players, as like some of the players are like Fractal milling Kit, milling Neville, and then searching for Kit. But then he choose to mill for Neville and then search for Kit, so that he can get his another 2 or 1 copy of Kits in his deck, so that the rescue cat won't be dead if you happen to draw into it.
Yes, of course, it's an interesting choice. Also, if you have special summon any links or so, you can link together with the kit to prevent a chain block, which happens every single time we needed that chain block a lot.
I believe Jeffrey is going for Anaconda.
Or maybe, because as interesting stuff is that he's not going to Beer Bloom. Maybe he has other standards that we didn't see. His links to Fairy Jit instead of Beer Blooms.
Yeah, it's Anaconda.
Links to Anaconda. Yes.
And then Nervar is going to banish 2 and summon out the Bear Bloom. Right,
Now we're having the kit Fairy Jits to trigger their effects.
And then he
It's
gets
sending
to
the
draw
Karas.
one. And then you can shuffle back if you ever happen to draw into any fusion materials of the Fusion Destiny. This is one of the merits of playing the Tribal Gates. You can even shuffle back the driver. Any garnets.
Yes, shuffle back the garnets. If you draw the Fusion Destiny as well, of course you can put it back to the bottom there and you won't have to see it again.
Alright, so the usual play later on will be the Nerval summoning Bear Bloom. And then the Anaconda will follow up by summoning out the Fusion, the Phoenix guy. And then the problem is whether the Phoenix guy will choose to pop Bear Bloom and which monster. That's the key.
And maybe he can go to extend even more, having Bear Bloom to search the revolts. And you have two interruptions with the Phoenix Enforcers, which is also may come up some situations. And looks like Jeffrey's gonna considering not to activate it, and straight goes to Anacondas.
Right, now that Jeffrey have 3 monsters on the main monster zone, if he happen to pop Bear Bloom and Nerval, they will have, yeah, you should probably pop that too, so that he can have 4 monster zones freed up for his revolt. Because since his Link 2 in the Grave and Banish zone is not properly summoned, therefore it cannot be summoned out through the revolt. So an interesting choice, he chooses to pop Anaconda and Bear Bloom. This leaves his field with only 3 monster zones freed up. So if he want to activate revolt, he has to pop his pop the Phoenix guy itself first.
And also this freezes the space on the main monster zone for more targets to revolve to bring back. And also using Phoenix Enforcers to destroy Anaconda also prevents you from getting super polyed. For you guys didn't know, both of them are darks. So if your opponent happens to have a super poly at the hand, you might get tricked at that moment. So
As you can
it's
see,
also a way to prevent.
As you can see, Jeffrey sets his first spell and trap on the most left hand side, then only the one on the follow up in the second column. So one thing you might notice that is like some players like have this practice is like they set the most important card first, then only the follow up. So let's see if Jeffrey is going to set the revolt first and then only the follow up. Or he will play the mind game by setting another non-important cards, then only the revolt on the second one. So my guess is like the one spell or traps in the at the most left hand side will be revolt. Alright, it's now entering battle phase. It's entering.
And looks like he declaring battle phase.
It's entering end of battle phase. In that case, I think he shall pop his own Phoenix guy and Nerval, and then leave the revolt on the field.
And it's also an interesting choice to clear a board, because if you're going to battle phase, you can play the mind game, of course, that maybe your opponent doesn't want to evenly or anything. Maybe it's just bluffing going to battle phase. And
seems like one of the set card is either cross out or call by, so that he preemptively activate the maxi. And there's no response from Eden.
In this situation, to bait out any things that possibly happens, it also prevents the opponent from doing anything during the main phase 2. Guarantee yourself to be alive.
Okay, he chooses to not wait for the evenly to activate and only props the Phoenix guy effects because he's afraid of something like a Forbidden Droplet, which could cause out the evenly match, which will turn out even disastrous for Jeffrey.
Some of the people might wait for the evenly match to activate it first. Then
Mm-hmm.
he'll change the Phoenix Enforcer.
Mm-hmm.
But it might even get caught in the Forbidden Droplet. So if Forbidden Droplet is activated and causes that evenly match and one random hand, you're still maybe going to lose your field as we mentioned.
Yep. And also you don't want to lose the mind game, right? So you wait until your opponents activate the evenly match, then only you chain on top of it.
And
Alright.
also you want to prevent Phoenix Enforcer to be available during the next
Alright, we are
turn.
seeing
So
evenly
it's
match.
still a choice.
Alright, my guess is correct. The revolt is on the most left hand side one. As that is the first spell of traps that Jeffrey sets.
And
then he negates Ghost Bell preactively to
just when
prevent
I thought he's
his
going to cross out evenly match.
yeah. He negates Ghost Bell preactively to
His
protect
revolt
his
for getting
revolt.
stopped.
Yep.
And a moment ago, I thought he wanted to cross out the evenly match, which is really the first thing that came out in my mind. But he chooses to Ghost Bell. Very interesting choice to prevent
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I believe that
Vision Investment is activated on Eden's side of the field.
yeah, because I believe that Jeffrey is going first, so he's probably not going to side in any evenly matched kind of stuff. And on top of that, he is playing the Tri-Brigade, which I believe most of the Tri-Brigade players are not adopting evenly match because you may be countered by Lancia.
Yes, of course, the deck is heavily grave based and it vanishes a lot. If you cited Lancia for this match, it is a one of the more effective hand trap than Ash in this scenario.
Alright, just now the live stream went into some problem. Now we are back.
And we're seeing another Phoenix guy on Eden's field. So Maxi's gonna apply, get to draw a card. The Revolt is gonna respond in order to getting the resources, removing a card on the field, and not to mention you're already basically free to activate it. You're already free from Ghost Bell. You baited it evenly, and this is the only things you do.
So here comes the interesting thing. Now that Eden has the Phoenix Enforcer on the field, and Jeffrey has the Revolt in his back row. So Eden is better not get his Phoenix guy being banished by the Shrek. So he needs to wait until Jeffrey activates the Shrek effects, then only chain on top of it. But if he happened to pop the Shrek, I believe Jeffrey gets to search, given that there's quite an amount of banish BBW monster in the banish zone.
And by doing so, you're preventing the disruption since during that moment, Phoenix Enforcer is destroyed, Shirax came up, and you have anything to in response. If you have like Gamma, you wanted to stop the kid or Nerva from the graveyard, you can trigger at the moment, but you can't. Still, you're preventing your boss, one of your boss monsters being banished. It's very crucial. You're keeping it to keep recycling itself, keep disturbing during the next turns, which
Yeah,
is relevant, especially you have a big body to preventing tri-brigades, which really rely on one monster to have the advantage on the fields. And standby phase, the Phoenix Enforcer gonna back to the field. Of course, not to mention Jeffrey's Phoenix is gonna come back on the field either.
alright. Here's the extender of the Tribegate players if his normal summon ever to get popped by the Phoenix Enforcer.
Both players trading Phoenix Enforcer round after round, turn after turn,
Yeah, this
preventing
is
the
like
opponent from getting anything.
this is like the normal scenario in the format or we full of maxis. We kind of want to play this slow. Alright, no chain in the draw phase. In standby, can summon out Phoenix Enforcer. Right, I almost forgot that Jeffrey also has his Phoenix Enforcer. Interesting.
Yes, it is because both players just keep
He tries.
make sure their
Yeah.
monsters to be alive.
So the thing is here whether Eden is going to pop Jeffrey's set card or the Phoenix Enforcer. He's the set card. He chooses to pop the set card.
Yes, destroying the set card is much more safer option because
But
for
there leaves a monster on board.
yes, it leaves the monster on board, and if you happens to allow your Phoenix Enforcer or anything on sent to the graveyard and triggers the effect, you are vulnerable to Call by the Grave or even DD Crows.
Alright, I believe the Phoenix Enforcer of Jeffrey shouldn't be destroyed because Chainlink 1, Jeffrey's Phoenix Enforcer, and Chainlink 2, Eden's Phoenix Enforcer. By the time Eden pops Jeffrey's card, there's no more other cards. There's no two cards on the field, so they couldn't be resolved. Actually, yeah.
And of course maybe the players didn't notice that, and it happens a lot of things simultaneously, so people might forget about that and misses a couple of steps. And now we can see the Tri Brigades have the chaos on the field, starting the combos, I believe, because any Tri Brigades is basically equals to any Link monster or Beast, Wing Beast, or Beast Warriors.
Right, looks like he's going for the Doom Eagle, shuffle backs the Phoenix Enforcer. Yeah, this is one of the very nice tools to have for Tribegate player.
Yes, interrupting his opponent's
Alright, chaining Ghost Bell. Right, in that case,
it has the Ghost Bell.
I believe just now Jeffrey did search for Kid, right? In that case, I think he can probably go for Shurek and SS Code Talker. But he needs to be careful on Nibiru.
And of course, we are prevented from getting Nibiru for the game, since if you're going for the kill, you have to have as much resource as needed on the field to prevent any slight amounts to in life points difference.
Alright, I think this is like the 1, 2, 3, 4th. This is the 4th summon, including the Phoenix Enforcer. So he's playing it nice, playing it safe. He don't want to risk this game as he's already lose the first one.
Alright. And of course, you're having the advantage on the field, so there's no reasons for you to be overextend and then end up nothing. Of course, this is the risk you banish, because he banished a lot of Beast Warriors or Big Beasts in the process. He might have not enough materials if you wanted to extend even more during the next turn.
Right now he's calculating the total attacks.
And now we're seeing the Brave token. I believe that is called Wing Raider on opponent's. And for you guys who didn't know, Wing Raider can special summon during both players' main phase as long as you control Brave tokens, or if you control, I believe, no monsters on the field, you can use
He's playing it super safe. He's playing it super safe. He's going into Apollosa instead of access code Talker.
And of course, Eden has the Griffin Rider from the Brave tokens to special summon out as a body to prevent getting OTKs.
Exactly, there's a body which will prevent
Yes.
the Jeffrey from OTK. And then with the Doom Eagle on the field, during his opponent's turn, which is Eden's turn, in the draw phase, he can gets to suffer back the Phoenix Enforcer as well. And then on top of that, he also has a Phoenix Enforcer for himself, and 2 negates
Shuffle.
Apollosa.
Shuffling. And even with just 2 counters of Appaloosa, it is still enough to do the job. You get to negate 2 for free and forces opponents to attack Appaloosa first to prevent interruptions during your combos.
Alright, he chose not to negate. Where for our defense of the Griffin, I believe is 2008, which none of
And of
his
course, he choose
monster,
not to negate.
yeah, and none of his monster can run over. This
And
is
of course, he
pretty
choose not to
crucial.
negate it because if he do, he's still going to summon next turns.
Yeah, this is pretty crucial as the monster is on the field. Means that he can turn into attack position and run over Apollosa in the next turn. That way you props Jeffrey's the hero Phoenix Enforcer effects. But let's see how it goes.
And looks like he's going to Shurex. Ending the board with Shurex and 2 counters Appaloosa.
I think he can might as well. Yep, Shrek. So that
and make
way,
that a 3 interruption.
right, he's planning to push for more life points. So losing the
And
Doom
because you have
Eagle,
the lead.
yeah, losing the Doom Eagle is like means the Phoenix Enforcer is gets to live. But with Apollosa on the field, yeah, I'm sure there's still some interruptions that Eden has to go through.
Board for the Tri Brigades, you have 3 interruptions, including the Phoenix Enforcers, and Appaloosa forces opponent to kills it first if you wanted to extend even more, but the Phoenix can preventing it from getting attacks. Both players trading Phoenix Enforcers effect, and of course Appaloosa gonna respond. And due to turn priority, Eden's get to activate his effect first, and also, of course, Jeffrey gonna proceed to Chainlink 2 to search a Beast Warrior according to the banished piles for each levels.
Alright, Eden's entering battle phase and choose to attack, and Chainlink 1, Jeffrey's Phoenix Enforcer, Chainlink 2, Eden's Phoenix Enforcer, and Chainlink 3, Apollosa. And then new chain, Apollosa gets to negate again, I believe. Alright.
Yes, and now
Yeah, because of the triggers effects, I believe Apollosa cannot negate. But anyway, he got the DD Crow, which can get rid of the Phoenix Enforcer. So here comes
it's for Appaloosa already negates the effects of Destiny Hero Celestial, preventing Eden from drawing 2 more cards.
Alright, this is crucial, negating prank hits or preventing draw 2. Or you choose to negate the Celestial effects. And here comes the Wombo combo of prank hits, the 1-card combo.
And of course, preventing your opponents from drawing 2 is also quite crucial because your opponent might draw into extenders. Even if you negate the
Mm-hmm.
rankings, if your opponent have extenders, you might have to deal with even more.
Yeah, I'm not so familiar with the pancakes, but what can you do with one card of?
Well, you have a one card starter with the Meow Meow Moo. We all already seen it during the previous match. And of course, we're preventing anything's possible from getting the combo to get started or extend even more.
We are still not seeing any. Oh yeah, we are seeing one the brave token card, which is the Griffon. It's a worst thing to
Yes, the
draw
Griffin
it.
Rider.
Still not seeing any other searches like the Rite of Amnesia or the Effect Monster, a commission of the Century. Right,
And
seems like
Eden is going even further. He didn't
yeah,
play.
we went into
I
time
don't think he
call.
plays this.
Yeah, it's time call right now, which means the last 4 turn. And after these 4 turns, the player with the higher life points will win the game.
And yes, this is the sudden death, or people call it time game, I believe. And this is a very big advantage for Prime Case because this deck is literally designed for time call. You get to like gain life points, burn for life points. You're pulling back the life leads. An interesting choice that he link summoned the Bow Wow instead of the Crocodile Tool to get the extra search in. Maybe he wanted to prevent from getting destroyed by Phoenix's Forcer during the next turn while gaining the life leads with the drops and lamp, since you get to burn for 500, heals for 1000s. Interesting choice. He ended his combo here. Maybe he also, of course, preventing the Nibiru's. It's a bad trade for both players if Jeffrey happens to activate it. Oh,
So
interesting choice activating failures.
since that Jeffrey get searched for DD Crow just now, I'm not very sure the other card whether it was Kid or not. If it's not, he'll probably have a hard time to combo off.
And also, just now I was wondering why Jeffrey activated the effect failures on Bow Wow. And now
Alright.
I understand it. He wanted to guarantee the Dasher's effects. Special summon Nibiru, a 3000 body.
Alright, there's no cards left in Jeffrey's hand.
And because he's activated the Dasher's effects to summon out the monster he drew during the draw phase, and which is happens to be Nibiru, a 3k body for free.
Yeah, he chose to activate his Vela because he want to keep his hand empty so that Celestial's effect can be activated. And now in draw phase, Jeffrey happens to draw into monster so he can summon it out through. Wow, it's a Nibiru. It's going to be huge.
And yes, of course, the Nibiru is gonna change a lot with the 3000 bodies on the field for free, basically. And not to mention, the Celestial gonna draw 2 more, maybe draw any extents or even revolt might change the games entirely. And of course, Nibiru dealing big damage with one CyhKai at the back, potentially revoked. And will we see a potential comeback? Or do we see the time? Time is not on Eden's place for now. And since it's already the third turn, he needs to deal at least 3,000 damage in at least to bring it back all the way. Because with three doing 3,000 damage, you have a drop to recover thousands, and or even lamp to deal for 500. You have more advantage. And the back row at the back is Cosmics. And wow, baited the Cosmics for a fake back row. That's really smart.
That's his last battle, so probably you have to go through one interruptions, which is the Phoenix Enforcer. Here comes the Brave Token engine, but the Griffin is in the graveyard, which I don't think can be. Most likely, he's only playing one Griffin.
Yes, preventing the Brave's continuous spell, the pathway to search to prevent anything, because if you search the tokens can be destroyed by battle once with equips, but you still have to commit into that damage. And of course, Eden's acknowledging it just.
Yep,
He picks up his cards. We go into a game 3.
Yep, Eden scoop up. So since that we are in the time call right now, so in the third game, there won't be any side decking can be done. Sorry, now that we are going into the third game.
Yes, yeah, because during the time match, you don't get to side deck at all during the third game, and also both players have to use the die roll to decide which players go first. You don't get to choose even if you lost during the previous match. This is going down to the potential of both decks. The time has tested the players' skills, their potential, and now they're testing the matchup knowledge, because if you decide to go second, you might end up going first. So it's now up to the players' knowledge in order how to make their deck suitable for that moments. But I believe both players are still deciding how to cut their decks. And I I must say that last match really was breathtaking, because both players pushed through each other that much with Phoenix and Forcer. It ends up of which player getting the advantage, and obviously Jeffrey outdone himself. He I believe that is a full combo for Tri Brigades now. They have the revolts, they have the Phoenix, and one interruption on the field, and the following turn end up with a Palooza for interaction.
Yep, that's pretty much the idea board just now on turn 1, setting up the Anaconda with Phoenix Enforcer, a Revolt, and then on top of that, but he sadly got evenly matched, but easier come his way through.
And yes, of course, not to mention he still have hand trap in his hand, which a potential interruption, even if on an evenly match, you can still keep your board with one revolt and two hand traps is enough to deal with that moments, because you have all the resources you needed.
Alright, Tri Brigade gets to go first, and he activates Fractal. chaining Ash. Alright.
And of course, the Ash is getting cross out. Talk about Call by the Graves.
So whether Eden has a second hand traps, which it will be pretty crucial.
And Eden's acknowledging the combos and allowing it to go because the Ash is already being stopped, which is kind of sad because your opponent just happens to have that one call by or one cross out to stop you.
But I think we will be seeing one less copy of Crossout in the latest ban list. So for those hand trap lovers, rejoice.
Rejoice, yes, all aboard the hype train. We're seeing Anaconda again. Does this? I
Yeah,
believe if
yeah, he's
the Firigi is
probably
gonna go back.
he's probably drawing in choose to summon out Frigid and link it off. And hopefully he is drawing into Revolt.
Yes, of course, preventing the Garners from entering your hands.
If he happens to draw into Revolt, there will be 2 interruptions that Eden has to go through.
And not to mention, if your combos somehow going smooth and your opponents have nothing to interrupt it, you can use Ferrages to draw a card and putting back anything you don't want it. For example, the Cypher Gamma, the Garnets, or even if you have multiple crossout, you can put it back one of your crossout. It's totally fine because you can't use multiples in a single turn. And we can see a Phoenix Enforcer is coming out again. And now it's the second turn. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, we are still in the time call. So in after it's after 4 turns, we will have to decide whose players had the life leads and will decide to take this match. And the Wind Kaiju is appeared Wind Barrier statues because you only shoot it to wind monsters for faster summoning. And we can see Eden's had activated the Pranket's house. We're going to search a monster, and with Phoenix Enforcer out of the way, you have one more less worry going on.
Alright, sorry for the lag here. Now that it's Eden's turn, and he summoned out the Wind Kaiju to Phoenix Enforcer.
And Lamb is gonna summon out. Gonna continue the combos with Meow Meow Moo. Triggering the effects on Lamb and Prankit House, preventing opponents from Ash or any intro. It's now in turn 2, and Jeffrey is already losing 2,500 life points of the life leads. Which is quite crucial because you're losing more life points than you needed, and you can't keep the life leads. And this is what Prankits always do. If the adjusting of life point is what they do, I believe. With one monster, it can turn it out the game in the end, and also to mention that you have the monsters to flood as much as possible. Oh, it's a double hand check. It's Ash and Veilers. Well, interesting choice. Veilers gonna target the calculator do, and Ash gonna respond into the Earth to preventing any more.
Alright, we are back. Sorry for the lag just now.
And yes, for viewers, if you're missing anything, well, it didn't miss anything. It's just that Jeffrey is using the effects of Dasher to summon up Maxis, normal summon Kid, and also not to mention because when Prank Kid's house effects is activated, the Kaiju is still on Jeffrey's field, so the Kaiju is loses 500 attack points as well. So it's now a 2200 body on the field. And Kid effect is gonna activate that banishing how many cards? I believe it's 3. And of course, the Maxi is gonna trigger, gonna draw another card. And it links. Yes, of course, it's list summoning Rugal, and Rugal effects is only activated during your opponent's main phase. Of course, it can't activate anything here. And both gonna use both to, of, of course, access code talkers. And, and it looks like we're going to see a final boss monster, or aka the access code talker, basically the most generic boss monster we've ever seen, next to Boros Sword Dragons. Already 8,000 here.
Alright, so
And what a game! What a game, ladies and gentlemen. Calculating exactly 8,000 damage, enough to bring it all back.
yeah, the first round on these feature matchups, we have Jeffrey
What a game, ladies and gentlemen.
winning
What a
against
game.
Eden with his Tri-Brigades. Very interesting, despite the Prankist player are playing the Brave Token package, but I don't see any of it. This just the Griffon.
And of course, you're seeing a very, very potential skills from both players. And of course, Jeffrey bringing it all the way back during the last 4 turns to close up the game. And of course, not to mention Eden during the second game, also bringing it all the way back with just one
Alright guys, before we start on round 2, let me show you guys something here. So as you can see here, this is the price for the Duelist Cup tournament. From the right hand side, as you can see, we have an injection lily. Alright, as you all know, we have shop tournaments and then the main event. So if you happen to participate in the shop tournament, you will have the injection lily as an entry price card. So the injection lily serves well for this current situation, which is the vaccination for COVID. Yep. I see what you did there, Konami. And then for the top 3 of this main event, each of them will receive a playmat featuring the original art of the IP Masquerena. Kai, do you like the alternate art or the original art even more?
Choose both. Maybe I'll choose both.
But for me, I prefer the alternate art because there's a bite there. Yeah, which is cool.
Yes, it's a special version of the card. If you have the first ad of this and you have the new one, well, you have basically a full injection lily at the price, which is the price, and this is really cool to be a collections.
And furthermore, the champion of this main event will receive a digital prize from the famous Japanese cosplayer Enako. Enako, do you have something to talk to the viewers? Nah, I'm just kidding. We don't have Enako here.
Yeah, you just shocked me for that moment there. I almost muted myself.
Yeah, I wonder what it is. It's a digital prize. Maybe it's a photo or a signature, perhaps, or some sort of like a cheering videos or what.
But regardless, the digital gift it is, and because if you already won like top 3, you have the mat and ingestion fairly is basically a good reward for having to make it this far. It shows the hard work and the skills of the players, and not to mention the dedications.
It's not easy, I would say. It's not easy at all to come into the top 3 of this event.
And not to mention to made it this far in your own local shop, and you have to go through like a whole gauntlet death match to be here, and you still have to face every single top players in every local shops in order to get to the top.
Yep. Hopefully you all get your vaccination already. That's what the injection lady asked for.
Yes, and of course, stay hydrated because it's kind of hot nowadays, although it's still raining here and there.
Alright, we'll have a break again and then we'll come back with the round number 2 when it's ready.
Yes, we'll be back in a short while, so stay tuned.
Alright guys, looks like the players are getting ready. They're shuffling their decks. And this time we have Wenfeng versus Charles Lu.
And looks like players are getting ready. And on the left side, we have Wenfeng. On the right side, we have Charles. My left and my right, actually.
Alright, both the players are waiting for the judge to call for start.
Yes, I believe they're already ready to get queued. And what deck are they usually using? I don't know. And I thought to spoil the surprise.
I can give you a little bit of spoiler if you want.
Spoilers!
I think Wenfeng is playing the Brave Good Stuff. And Charles wise, I'm not quite sure. But we'll see.
The Brave Good Stuff, for people who did know, actually it is Good Stuff Link back in the 2018s in the Goki formats. It's almost similar, but without the Firewall, Somersaults, that part of the game. Of course, those cards are not in here, I
Yeah,
believe.
now the good stuff is
Otherwise, it will be
something.
cheating.
Now the good stuff is something like Phoenix Enforcer, Brave Token, and some token spamming like the Old Lion and that kind of like spamming kind of stuff. They call it good stuff.
And not to mention, it will have VFD as well. Of course, it is still legal in this format.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the players are having the time of their lives, getting well along. Okay, we're getting on now.
Right, finally we are seeing the
like
Brave Token.
Looks like Charles going to go first.
Are we seeing a mirror match here?
Possibly because I see the Armesha spell and of course the fate, the Destined Journey from Charles' part. A basic search one and discard one and search some of the tokens.
Right, in search for probably a Griffon and then ditch one. By then we will see what deck he is playing.
And of course, if he already had the Griffin on the hand, he may choose to add other cards from his deck to the hand. Maybe he will just choose to add the Aquamancer and discard it, since Aquamancer can banish herself at the graveyard.
Alright, we are seeing a Phantom Knights card. So it's a Brave Phantom Knights.
Yes, we're seeing the Fog Blades and the Foolish Burial. And with Griffin Rider on the field, you already preventing one interruption from your opponents, which is returning to the deck and negates its effect. Which potentially a non-minus advantage, because when you negate it, you're back to the decks, you get to search it again and use it over and over as long as they have a Brave token.
Yeah, Phantom Knight in this format is pretty hard to deal with as they can end on a Utopic Future Dragon and then a Griffon, and on top of that one or two copies of Fogblade at the back row, which is pretty devastating for most of the decks.
Yes, and for players, if they don't play the Utopic Dragoons package, they can also go for the Rongomaniac, which is even more menacingly, but I don't think he is. As he already have a interruption of the Griffin Riders, he might not have that much of a monster zone for the Rongomaniac combo. But for this, it is still a pretty decent board to deal with. Now we have the Cherubini, the beginning of everything. It sends your extenders, it performs a starter, and it's the heart and soul of the decks.
Yep, not to mention the sense for cards, so yeah, it's a guarantee meal.
Yes, it's a guaranteed meal, guaranteed body, guaranteed everything you need in this game. And from what we're seeing here, Wenfeng have no interruptions against his opponent. His opponent goes all the way, and just a blink of an eye, he already have 5 banished cards. And we really do see a lot of Phantom decks coming into play in recent format.
Is that the third copy of the Fogblade? I remember he searched for one,
Yes,
is it?
I believe he has one copy of the Fog Place on his field. The other one already sent via the effects of the Equanimous spell. You discard a card.
Or he even drew
And
into Fusion Destiny.
yes. Wow, so he's has free interruption with the Rusty Bardiche for a free
You don't even need
Fog Blade at the
to
end.
go for the Utopic Future Dragon.
Yes, this is still a pretty decent board. We have 3 interruptions to the Fog Blade, and of course the unknown playstyle card on the back. And you still have to deal with 3 bodies, not to mention the Brave
I
token
believe
undiscarded by
is
battle once.
yeah, I believe it's 2 copy of Fogblade because just now remember I saw he searched for one Fogblade, I believe.
Or maybe the Silent Boost search for the Fog Blade. Yeah, maybe I missed that.
Yeah, in such scenario, even you have drew into something like a Dark Ruler no more, you still have to deal with the back row. This is like kind of
Yes.
like a nightmare.
And of course, Wenfeng just pick up his cards. He's knowing the situation he's in. He's not going to try to break anything. Not even gonna expose anything about his decks. He straight scoops and straight into side decks, not allowing the opponents to know what he's playing. Really, really good strategy. Keep your opponent mind intact. And as we mentioned just now, we really do see a lot of Phantom Knights in this format. We have Brave Phantom Knights, Danger Phantom Knights, PK Fire, the one we used back in 2016s or 2015s.
Alright, since that Wenfeng just scoop up right away without playing any cards, I doubt that Charles know what deck he is playing. So this will be even harder for him to know like how to side against Wenfeng.
Yes, keeping the mind game if you're in your opponent's mind, not let them knowing what you're playing, not let them see even a single card. Nice choice from both players. While Charles extending the full potential of the decks, playing a big board, multiple negates, and Wenfeng did just don't have the answers for it.
Right now we're going into game number 2 with Charles Lute have the first one.
Yes, both after side decks, counting the card of the side decks, make sure that it's still 15 piece, of course. This scenario, maybe Wenfeng wanted to go first because since your opponent doesn't know what he's playing right now, he may make a decent board of his own, and of course he have slightly the advantage with the unknown things is what he has in his hand. And of course, Wenfeng is going first, and now in game 2, let's see what he has in for us. Any maybe surprising text we don't know.
I have a question for you,
And
Kai.
of course,
In this
yes,
case, like if you happen not knowing any what decks your opponents are playing, and what would you side it in? Like usually.
for me, I might just don't even side in my case because I rather not risk anything. Of course, your opponent might be combos, might be control, because it's a 50-50.
Alright, looks like Maxine is chaining towards the spell card. Let's see if he has any entrance negations.
Are we going to
Alright,
see a response?
seems like he
Yes,
has
we're going to see.
Ash.
And really, like what you mentioned just now, Wenfeng is actually have the Brave archetype in the deck. Discarding Icon monsters, and especially Griffin Riders.
Alright, here's now is a guarantee protections for his follow-up
and
plays.
also, and also a equip spell. For people who didn't know what the equip spell does, it's a normal equip spell. It can equip to literally any monster on the field, but only your own monsters. You can only have one face on the field. And if this card equipped to a monster that is not a fat monster, you can target one card your opponent's control and bounce it back to the hand. And if this card sends to the graveyard, you can equip back to a Brave tokens, which is similar like the normal arms, but it bounces instead. And when Feng passes his turn, having only Griffin, and of course the Maxi is being chained.
Right, in contrast with the first matchup that we saw just now, it was like a Phoenix matchup, and now we have a Brave matchups.
And also we are not knowing what Wenfeng's Brave archetype is playing with. Maybe he's a pure, like good stuff Brave archetypes. And for Charles, we already seen his Phantom Knights has the full board that show us just obliterating us that this is the PK Brave. Really interesting to say that I would say that the newest archetype we just came out like maybe a few weeks ago has so many appearance and participants in this tournament. And also both players are using a heavy spell, as you can see here. One spell related to one continuous spell and related to a token and monsters, or a token and continuous and a equip spell. I'm sorry, misspelled that way.
Wow, goes over, chaining in response to the continuous spell. This is very crucial, as I believe
Yes,
the Brave token decks usually play only one copy of this.
Yes, of course. It's really rare to see Ghost Ogre in this format. And of course, the Ghost Ogre is a very good interruption against the continuous spell because during the main phase, they have to active in order to search and discuss. And also, if your monster is normal or special, you get to search one. It's also the triggers. You can ditch the Ghost Ogre in response.
Yep, looks like Crossout is being used to negate the Police Bureau.
And
So
maybe both
this
players happens to play the same decks. They have exact same cards.
here comes Fusion Destiny. Yeah, Griffin is probably going to negate that. And then here comes the
And,
Forbidden Droplet.
and of course, droplets in response for Charles, really, really showing the skills of both players having an answer to every single thing the opponent has in mind.
But Griffin still has 2,800 defense. So, but I believe the Phoenix is going to pop it up.
Yes, of course, the thing is going to pop it. And if you don't, the droplet is going to go away since you already have a free negates.
But since that the token is going to immune to one single attack, what do you think? You just like pop it? Oh, I
Well,
believe
for me, I
the
could just
I
pop
believe the
tokens, I believe.
token has 2,000 attack. Is it for Charles?
Yes, for 2000s. And of course, if you have Phoenix Enforcer, all your opponent's monster is gonna minus 400 attack points because you guarantee a full
But
death
yeah,
control in the graveyard.
it's just reducing the attack, but the defense is still 2,000. So
Yes, of course. And the both monsters in one phone sphere are in defense positions. Doesn't change that much.
it chose to pop for the
And
Griffin. Set 1 is probably going to be Fogblade.
or potentially infinite permanence in order to negate the 4 columns.
Or he chooses to set the card as same column as the continuous spells. Did Charles forget
And
to activate Phoenix effects?
I believe
Alright, draw
maybe
phase.
because
He's activating
oh,
Maxi
yes,
into standby phase, get to draw one.
it's gonna draw another card might be crucial because what we can see on the screen here now is Charles has one interruption, and also not to mention if the bad road is spot blade, it has two interruptions to deal with a intense round just now. Both players responds to every single thing their opponents has. They're losing a lot of resources, not to mention hand cards. Now they down to a slight difference in field advantage. He's thinking about it. And for Ethan, what do you think of the Phoenix Enforcer bringing impact to the metagame right now?
It's pretty absurd, not gonna lie. It's like you can just like slap it into any of the decks because it's just like a free real estate. You can either summon out through Anaconda or activate it last after you setting out your board. It goes plays around Maxi. And not to mention the fusion material is like the icing on top. You get the draw 2, you get the special summon. How much can you ask for?
Yes, and of course, it's like Dragoon, you any deck is literally can play it. You can have Trickster, Phoenix, at Prentice, Phoenix, mac and cheese or whatever, it just goes all the way. The imagination is beyond the limits. You can, as long as you have the free slots, you can just go with it.
Looks like the Charles choose to pop his monster, I guess, to
I think he
prevent.
pops his, yes, his pop his, he pops his Destined Journey, the continuous spell, to prevent him to search, since you get to search the equipment of the brave to a monsters. And we see all lions getting normal summon.
Here comes Needle Fiber. Or is
Are we
it
gonna see a
the
Needle Fiber?
Amiraj first? Do you have the token stays on board?
Yes, we're gonna see a Almirage.
Oh, nope, he's the gate off.
No,
Alright,
he's thinking about it. He wants the tokens. He wants to extend even more. And we see a Needle Fiber, of course.
alright.
Like I said, really is the Needle Fiber. He being greedy. He wanted the full extensions.
Let's see if Charles has anything in response. Looks like no. The set card
No, I
remains
don't
over
think
there.
there's any response. Yes, just Synchron is been summoned, and of course, we're going to see, maybe we'll see Aurora Dons. And yes, of course, we're going to see Aurora Dons. Gonna summon out 3 tokens for free, but you're restricted to can't link summon during these turns.
Right, looks like Charles remains steady. No response just yet. Right, from
And
this
Aurora Dons
combo,
is gonna trigger.
I believe he can overlay into VFD, right?
Yes, if this combo does right, he can go for VFD if you want it. And if he don't, he still get to make a Bowl of Savage and a Herald of the Arclight if he don't want to overextend or anything. That is the most normal combo we've seen back at first when Orion was available in both formats. And surprisingly, we see a Denlong in here.
Right, in search for the counter traps.
Yes, the 9 pillar of the Yangzings.
Free negates.
And the free negates and return it to the deck, but in resolve, you have to destroy a Yangzing monster on the field. And Aquamancer effects gonna trigger, search in the
Yeah, I think
spells.
a token can even more being used as a synchro material, right?
Yes, of course, if you wanted, the Brave tokens can be used as a synchro material, and not to mention, you can spawn the tokens whenever
Alright,
when
I
you need
think we
it.
are seeing the
But
Cupid.
yes, we're seeing the Cupids on the field, and for you
Yep.
guys didn't know what Cupid does, it's a level 4 synchro, and of course, it's available in the OCG, not in TCG yet. And what that card does is a synchro, and it's a tuners. If you have a synchro summon, you can change the levels by going up or down, but based on the synchro material.
Right, we are seeing a
And also
Nemesis corridor. Sorry,
and
you may
also is
continue.
sent to
Yeah.
the graveyard, you can search a level 8 monsters.
I mean level 8 or
We see
below
Nemesis Corridor.
with a defense of 600 exactly, which is the Nemesis corridor in this case.
Yes, we're going to see a Colossus on the field.
A borrowed savage and a counter trap. Yep, this is
Yes, a great.
the
Yes,
brave good stuff we are talking about. As you can see, one crystal needle fiber gets you all of this.
so much advantage. It brings so much advantage for a one single card.
I think it's basically GG.
Yeah, you have the life leads, you have multiple negatives, and you're preventing opponent for extend by searching,
Right.
which is a crucial for Phoenix
Right,
for
he's
the
going.
PK decks.
So the key thing is the set card. Whether its case can
Yes, of
chain
course.
on top of the Wenfeng's negations. But if Wenfeng even if he ever happen to activate the counter trap instead, then I think something like the Forbidden Droplet will not cannot chain on top of it.
Yes, it's a omni negate. As long as you have a Yangzing on the field, you pretty much safe unless your monsters get kaiju. Well, that of course it's a different story. We don't mention that. And not to mention, we have Nemesis Corridor in the graveyard, which is also a Thunder type. So Colossus can use it to
Alright, here comes
prevent it from
Celestia.
being destroyed.
Counter trap. It is Ash. Right.
Hey,
Right.
Ash, Charles picks up his card, realizing that he can't have any resources anymore. What a game.
Yep. Needle fiber brings you everything.
Yes, and not to mention what that old lion.
Does TCG bans Orion though?
Yes, they banned old lion back in previous truth ban list, which is kind of
Mm-hmm.
sad for preventing the needle fiber spam. They banned old lion and just synchron in the same ban list back in, I believe, last year. It
Okay.
just shuts down the needle fiber combos. And what we're seeing just now is in one phone side is the combo is basically if you can make a crystal needle fibers we call it in TCGs, you're basically good to go. You get to guarantee search your Colossus fodder, which is Nemesis Corridor. You have a Warlord Savage since your Lion token and token altogether is a level 8. And if you have going to have jet synchrons, you can extend a extra synchron also, which can be Denlong, Hair of the Arclight, or you can go for anything that you want. If you go for VFTs, you can go, but Sometimes VFD only have one interruptions. So if your opponent somehow to stop it, you have no interruptions anymore. So if you have multiple negatives, your opponent might end up not having a answer to it. Maybe except for droplets, but you still get to need to discard 3 types, which is not that good.
Alright, going towards the game tree. PK is probably going first. If one phone don't draw into any hand traps or any huge impactful counter against him, it's probably going to be GG.
Yes, and both players are getting a very decent combo deck. So whichever players have the decent board with the most interruptions can win the match instantly. If your opponent somehow don't have the answer to it. And yep, that's that.
Oh boy, these people trying to utilize my Colossus. It's in my Colossus to be get banned, you know.
Yes, but I don't think you'll get banned. But if it do, I don't think it's the deck's fault because this deck doesn't. Some people don't even play Colossus in this deck base because they might end up breaking with the Nemesis corridor if you don't have a target for it. Well, it's just basically a brick.
True though, but I think nowadays like many cards tends to get banished. So I think it's basically lives if you even draw into it. You can even like hard activate the crossout to banish anything and then have your Nemesis corridor to activate its effect to summon, and then yeah, there you go, a Colossus.
Oh, yes, of course. But we haven't seen Colossus in appearing in that much recently. After even with the buff of Thunder Dragons by bringing back a lot of Darkness to 3, we still don't see a lot of Thunder decks nowadays.
Yep, they are still suffering from consistency issues, which is pretty not acceptable in this current format. If you break, you are probably going to lose your game.
Yes, of course, but we all do know that every single format, every archetype will have their breaking hands. Well, of course, it always happens. It just depends on how our deck use goes, how the deck is going to turn out, and how you're going to handle that deck format.
Here comes the Brave token. Say goodbye
And
to Nibiru. Unless Wenfeng have
yeah,
a Veiler or Impermanence chaining against the Griffon.
yes, and also not to mention that both players' opening hand always has the brave tokens. They have these Aquamancers, they have the Journey spell, and it just goes all the way. It's a one card negation, and as long as you don't break with the Griffin, but it doesn't really matter. You can search out the card instead. And are we going to see a deja vu, a similar board like Game One?
Not sure what goes through Wenfeng's mind right now if he doesn't draw into any hand traps or counter.
Or you didn't even plan to break the board, he's just going to see what his sixth draw and just go for it.
Here
And what we
comes.
see in Charles Field, we see Phantom Max card now, we see Silent Boots, of course, a very powerful extenders, and the Stained Griefs, both going to Cherubini. We have, and of course, we already have the Silent Boots and staying gift on the graveyard, and now he stand this torn scale for extra extenders.
One notable mentions over there is that the continuous spell of the Brave Token, once you search, you need to ditch for one. Sometimes it's like a gift, a merit for certain decks because you kind of want to have something in your graveyard. So yeah.
Yes, yes. Also, this card is not a cost, so if you happens to not search anything or get stuck during the process, you don't have to discard. But also, if you happen to discard, you can discard whichever you want
Right, he's
because
ditching. He's ditching
his ditch
Celestia.
is celestial.
So we are
Oh,
not
interesting.
seeing Phoenix Enforcer anymore. But
Yes, we're
even
not going to see
though,
a Phoenix Enforcer.
yeah, if he happen to can shuffle it back, which I don't think he can.
Yes, of course. Not to mention, you can if you happens to have a rank 6, you might have a consider M7 to shuffle it back, but this deck can make rank 6 today. We're seeing Levire,
Right,
we're
here
seeing
comes
Rusty Nordish,
the second Fog Blade.
and it is at the top plate. Yes, yes, it did. Are we going to see a Dragonic future here? The Dragoon future? Because
I'm not sure how
what I
many
do
more monster
see
can he
Levire,
summon.
we basically just see the combo.
Mm-hmm.
And from what you see now, Charles has two more extender in the graveyard, which is gloves. You can send another one, and of course the robes to search for a Phantom Knight cards, except for Fogblade, because Fogblade is not a Phantom Knights card. The name is not similar, so for you guys didn't know. Ancient Cloak says you can search add one the Phantom Knight cards of deck to your hand. So Fogblade happens to be Phantom Knight's Fogblade, not the Phantom Knight Fogblade. So you keep that in mind. Sending the Phantom Knight's wing to the graveyard is which also have the similar effects. It banishes Sepsis was a monster from the graveyard. Also free extender, not to mention.
Alright, I believe Charlotte is trying to make another interruption in the form of Utopic Future Dragon.
Yes, we see another silent boots is coming out. Maybe you want to prepare for the next turn to extend even more.
Right, we're
Like
seeing
we
a
can see now in
Griffin.
January is a lot of advantage with the single card. And Charles passes his turn. We have a Griffin Rider, which is a negate, and also two Fog Blades at the back. And Rusty Andy Levi is gonna maybe he's going for Zeus next turn if he's managed to stay alive and the board is getting break. And Aquamaster is activated,
He's probably trying to bait out the Griffin's negations.
or any hand traps, not to mention. And for people who didn't know, Aquamancer is banished herself. So if you happen to have a call by the grave, well, good luck with that. It banishes from the hand of the grave as cost. So if you happen to have call by the grave, you can't respond to it unless you ashed it. And we see a We see a Necromancer spell, the continuous, and of course the Brave token. A one full package uninterrupted for now. And pretty surprised that players nowadays really utilizing the full potential of the decks while it's only have 4 cards in the deck. And gonna be searching the equip spells, which is
Right.
called the Draco pack.
Griffon has an attack of 2000, which he can probably run through the Axis monster.
Yes, he can run through the Levianeers, or he want to trade double tags with the tokens, which is not really worth.
So Charles chose not to negate because the things that Winfong did was just something like a setup, I would say a passive kind of setup.
And of course, he chooses to bounce the Griffin, but the Griffin can summon itself back to the field in both players' main phase as long as they have a token. So it doesn't really that much affected. And not to mention, there's 2 more battles, which is a Fog Blades and the Unknown Hand card. We didn't see anything yet. You're going to, and one from going to search another Necromancer. Going to pitch a card from the hand, which is part of the conditions. So, of course, pitching the 9 pillar of the Yangzing, it's very interesting choice because if you're planning to break boards, you won't get a trap card in the process, and also you're probably not making the Yangzing Dendong on the field. Both players playing very patiently, be sure to not make any mistakes because just now the Griffins on Charles Field haven't activated his effects, which means that he still has a negates as long as he can pay the cost. And we're seeing Necromancer and we're seeing Old Lion again. And we're gonna see a Needle Fiber play. Of course, and of course, Charles is gonna respond with the Fog Blades targeting Needle Fibers or Hulky Fibers preventing the token to be spammed. And response with Griffin. Of course, Griffin Rider is a very good interruption in either player's turns. It's a big body with a negates, and of course, not to mention can research multiple turns. And we're gonna see even more extents. He's going to Aurora Dance.
Here comes the last Fog Blade, I believe.
Yes, of course, the pop is in response to Aurora Dance, preventing the 3 tokens to be special on the field,
Yes, it
or even
is.
more extensively, of course.
With how many cards left in hand?
For Wenfeng, I think is 2. For Charles, I think is 1.
With still 3 bodies on board.
That's
It's
not to mention there's 3
very,
more bodies on the board.
yeah. And then the Charles get to special summon Griffon again on its own turn.
And We are seeing a and we're seeing a access code talker plays by using Aurora Dawns and the Link Spiders by using the Brave tokens. And of course, the Aurora Dawn effects is not activated successfully during the resolve, is get fog plated, so he still get the Link summons. Now he has the material to pop multiple cards on the field.
Yep. It's better to get rid of some of the monsters so that you can like just get the OTK and die.
Yes, of course. And for people who didn't know, access code can banish itself to destroy as well because it's still the it's still a attribute, I believe. I just almost said type. And you have multiple attributes. You have darks, you have waters, aqua, the wind with which is the aura dance and Hawking
Alright,
Feathers.
there's your
Feel
Fusion
free to
Destiny.
destroy. Yes, we see the fusion destiny in place. We see in Phoenix Enforcer, looks like Wenfeng is going to push even more because this is the much it can do after so much interruption. This is a very, I would say, a decent big board.
But with 2 Fog Blade in the grave, I think he can still special summon, right? For PK.
Yes, he still can revive.
Alright,
Sir.
now that the token has been get rid of, the Griffins can no longer be special summoned out without the continuous spell, so
Yes, unless
here's...
he's had another spells. So like that one we won't have to mention because
Oh,
mostly we
this
just
is
play one piece.
quite a good play. Playing against so much counters.
Yes, playing through that much of a disruptions, that much of a negates, playing through big boards with just a simple two card combo, I believe.
And one more set card.
Yes, and
Wow.
now is Charles' turns. How
D-
is he going to return back to table? Not to mention the fog
just
blade is not once per turn at the graveyard.
just few minutes ago, you're seeing Charles has his board full of cards. Now is fully empty.
Yes, it's fully empty like our semi-limited list in the TCG, I believe. Only have the one malicious.
Alright.
Yes, we're seeing the Rusty Bardiche is bring back by the Fog Blades, triggering Torn Scale to bring it back.
Are we seeing a third copy of Fogblade? Alright, Charles better not draw into Fusion Destiny, else he couldn't even activate it because the Celestia was sent to the grave last turn.
Oh yeah, not to mention, now you mentioned that the Slash is only at the graveyards. So we won't see the Phoenix and Enforcer plays coming from Charles. And of course,
Alright, here
Charles
comes
is
the
still
pop.
have, yeah, here comes here comes the Durando.
Is
The Durando of Phantom Knight's Break Sword.
is there any immunity on the Rusty Bardish? No, right? I believe.
I believe no. Well, but since it is bring back by default play, so if Bardish is destroyed, it is banished instead. And of course, Wenfeng is not going to pop the Break Sword, but if he do, because Break Sword is gonna bring back two more Phantoms from the graveyard and makes them level 4, might be harder to deal with.
Right now, the set card of Wingfeng is pretty crucial, I would say. That's a
Yes, that
key
card is
turning
might
point.
change. Yes, that card might change a lot. But of course, we don't know what it is. And but after using the Fusion Enforcer, he still have one access code on the field. So by next turn, if he lives through this turn, access code is guaranteed a one and maybe 2 pops because he can banish his stuff to destroy the cards, not to mention.
As you can see, this is the merits of playing the Phoenix Enforcer. Even though it's like pop, it gets the revives on your next turn. It just keep on reviving, keep on exchanging resources without any cost, I would say, which is very absurd.
Yes.
Phoenix Enforcer is kind of the card like you want to play if you want to go for the grinding.
Yes, and of course, not to mention this card exchanges material every single turn doing yours and opponents. You basically you have 0 losses. You just using one card to exchange for another, but that one card you use will revive itself every single turn as long as you fulfill the requirement.
Alright, I think we
And
shall
now,
see a Phoenix Enforcer. Sorry, I mean the Utopic Future Dragon.
and just now we heard from the judges, and now we're going into a time call now. Last 4 turns, and Wenfeng has the life leap of 8,000s. So we're going to see a then yes, he uses the break source effect to destroy access code token to prevent any more disruption during the next turns.
I believe he pops the token, is it?
He
Or he
popped
pops the access code token.
Yes, he popped the access code token with his cloak, and cloak's effect gonna banish his stuff to search the silence boots because break sword it is still treated as a phantom knight. So if you want to special summon that, it's a free body.
Alright, now that Charles' best strategy is to push for life points.
And yes, both monsters has a total of 3,800 attack points and can push for damage, and then can go for the utopic dragoons to have a guaranteed negate and a body which is can't be destroyed by battles or card effects.
Right, even though
And
Phoenix Enforcer happens to revive, but I think Wenfeng can just like leave it on the field if the Charlas happen to overlay into the Big Future Dragon. You just choose not to activate any of the effects of the Phoenix Enforcer. By then you can win with the leading life points, I guess. But since like he's overlaying into Downward Magicians and Sky Thunder, this is huge.
yes, going to Zeus. This is huge, guys. Going into Zeus is definitely a better choice than Utopic Dragoons because you get to send 2 times, I believe, and not to mention not once per chain.
So that later on Phoenix Enforcer gets to revive if Chain Link.
During the standby phase, Phoenix Enforcer cannot come back, and not to mention if Zeus send it to the graveyard, it can't be returned to the field anymore because it's not destroyed.
Alright, if Sky Thunder happen to wipe off everything, then on Charles' turn, he will have a Sky Thunder on board, which is a 3k attack. So in that case, could he even summon out any other monster to go for games?
And maybe he can, or you can just wait until the time, which is you need to live at least for 2 turns. But and Charles field, he still got 1 more set card on the field. Might change it up here, and also not to mention he still got the break spell on the field to pop a card for free. And now what we see here is when Feng's still thinking about it, he has a card. He has 2 hands, and the Phoenix Enforcer can trigger anytime if he wants to. And we see another Fog Blades in response to Phoenix Enforcer.
Alright, now that the Phoenix Enforcer stays on the field, if just happen to wipe it off, the Phoenix Enforcer will not be revived anymore.
Yes, but if they don't wipe the board, you can't attack through the Phoenix Enforcer because Fog Blades prevents the target from being attacked as well. So it's kind of crucial to activate Fog Blades at this moment because you're preventing to be attacked. And of course, when Fog picks up the cards, knowing that he can't live through next turns. Really, really good play from both players. Charles takes the game.
GG, well played.
Well played from both players. Interesting choices.
Sky
I
Thunder
would
for
say
the win.
really, that really is surprisingly because as we were thought that he was going to be Utopic Dragoon, but instead he going to Zeus and updates the Phoenix Enforcer and use the Brave Sword to destroy next turns.
Yeah, I think, yeah, because as I mentioned just now, if he happened to go for the Utopic Future Dragon, the Wenfeng can just choose to set some monster to keep his to defense. That way, I think Charles will not have enough monster to run through.
Yes, and also on the field on Charles just now, he's already guaranteed at 5,000 damage. So if you have one or two more monsters, it's basically games.
Alright, let's take a short break before we start round number 3. See you guys
And
later.
yes, so tune.
Alright guys, welcome back. As we are waiting for round 3 to start, let me show you another useful informations. Alright, for those who don't know, you can actually look for the official tournament store, aka OTS, by having a search in this website I provide here. Remember to filter by which country you are at. For example, over here we are in Malaysia, so filter for the country, filter by Malaysia. And then over the right side, we have a list of OTS in Malaysia and their respective so-called representative, which is the champion of the Duelist Cup local shop tournament, as I mentioned just now. So there's a couple of familiar names over here. Is there anyone you root for, especially Kai?
Well, for me, of course, I root for my own locals, but it is a very, I believe, large amount of players. Of course, for me personally, I of course root for my locals, which is Dueling Nexus Wenfeng, which is he played on the round 2 just now, and in this list we see a lot of potential players, and some of them already entered the Worlds previous year. For example, Ho Yun Kang and the Charles Lu, representing Toys Bar and Gamers Arena.
I believe Lo Wenfeng himself also attends Worlds before, right?
Yes, I believe that is 2018, which is 3 years ago.
Yeah, we have a couple of Asia champions over here. For those
yes, a lot of them.
For those who don't know, actually for Asia regions, in order to attend for the Worlds, we have to qualify for the Asia Championship first. So we have Asia Championship qualifiers, and then once you are qualified, you went into Asia Championships. For Asia Championships, you have champions for all over the countries in Asia, like Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, and then I believe Taiwan and Hong Kong.
Yes.
Yeah.
Taiwan and Hong Kong, yes.
Yeah, not sure if I missed any countries, but all of the champions from these countries will come into the Asia Championships, and then the top 2 players from these Asia Championships will get your chance to go into Worlds. Unlike Japan have their own qualifier in their own countries, and on the states, they are also different than ours. Yeah, just let you know that Asia we do it differently.
Yes, and of course in the TCG also works in differently. They have different regionals, or they even have the NAWCQ, not to mention that, and also the YCSs and OTS tournaments.
Yeah, let's go through these OTS and the players' name. First, we have Ace Card and Collectibles. We have Tai Kok Jin. And then Gamer Station, represented by Ng Chun Kiat. Ting Tong Enterprise, represented by Jackie Chan. MK Store, represented by Mechalog. Battleground, represented by Ngai Fu Wang. Green Pigs, represented by Wong Jun Young. SB Card Gamers Enterprise, represented by Eden Chong. Gaia Card Game Century, we have 2 participants here, which is Jeffrey Ng and Vincent Lee. And Kai, do you mind read the right column for me?
Sure, no problem. For Mars Empowering, we have Lim Yu Hong. Well, Game Anima, we have Mao Chunjie. Apex Players Enterprise, we have Wong Tian Kai. And Crispy Crepe Cafe, we have Chi Shen Han. And Gamers Arena, we have two players for representative, which is Tay Ken Ching and Charles Lu. For Toys Bar, we have Ho Yun Kang. And the last but not least, Dueling Nexus, we have Lo Wen Feng. These are the representative for each single of the local shop. And
Mm-hmm.
some you might see have two names. Well, they have two, I would say,
Local
the more
shop
the merrier.
tournaments. Yeah, the local shop
Yes.
tournaments. They have happen to have two. And then yeah, be sure to leave your comments down on the chat. Who are you rooting for, or which deck you are looking forward to win this tournament?
And I root as well.
And we'll take a short break again before we start round number 3. Stay tuned.
And we'll be back real soon. ลืมมา
Alright, here's the current standing after round 2. On top of it, we can see that there's left 5 players, which has the X0, which means 2 won. Wang Tiankai, Won Junyang, Charles Lu, Chai Seng-han, and Ho Yun Kang. 5 of these players currently sitting at 2 wins, 0 loss. And then, yeah, here's the follow-up. Yeah, since we have 17 players, so there's a buy over here to make the pairing even. Any thoughts on the standings, Kai?
Well, from what we're seeing here is the players with XO now have a huge lead, means that maybe they already get used to the formats right now. And the potential, of course, is unlimited based on what they have achieved right now. Well, for the rest of the players, I believe they still have a fighting chance against the upcoming opponents. Of course, don't give up yet. It's still not the end of the world. We still have a chances.
Yep. As long as you're ending in X1 after round number 4, you still get a chance to squeeze into the top 4 and then going into the single elimination rounds.
Yes, of course, snuck in. You still get the chance to snuck in regardless.
Alright, let's take a look at the OTS and the respected Duelist Cup winners again. So as you can see, Wang Tiankai from the Apex Bladers currently ending at 2-0. Won Junyang from Green Peaks is also ending at 2-0. Charles Lu from Where is it from? Gamers Arena is also having a 2 win 0 loss. Chai Sheng Han from Crispy Creep Cafe. And then lastly Ho Yun Kang from Toys Bar.
Okay, now let's talk about the deck representative of every player's
Right.
club, shall we?
Okay, sure. This is the most anticipated one for the viewers, I believe. Here I've showed the deck representations. Alright. And then over the right side, we have 17 players in total. Alright, so the 17 players breakdown on what deck they are using. And as you can see here, Drytron and Sword Soul is holding the most representation of 3 each. So there's a couple of rogue decks here. And which decks are you seeing have the higher chance to win, Kai?
Well, for me, I think I'll be go for the Brave or Tri Brigades. We see huge potential in this deck. They are flexible. They can play through multiple disruptions. And for those rogue decks, well, they are called rogue decks for a reason. But these players show us they have the potential to be here, which is the Machina and Speedroids. Very, very often to see these in actions.
And don't forget to mention just now we're seeing one of the players who is piloting Speedroid is now having a 2 win 0 loss. Spoiler. And then yeah, for me personally, I also think that the Brave could be very having higher chance to win, and also the Drytron. But I think it still depends on the player, as the player skills also contribute much percentage on your win rate. Alright, over the deck representations. I'm surprised that there's only one Eldritch, because I thought that it would be quite a favorable deck, because the skill drain is doing a lot against some of the top decks. You agree?
Yes, yes, it is. And not to mention that according to this representation, 58.8% of the players are playing the Destiny Hero package, which allows them to flex around these decks like Eldritch that we mentioned before. Skill drain, yes, you can dodge it by using the Phoenix Enforcers. And well, basically, it dodges a lot of things, as we can see in these pie charts.
Yep, 60% of the players are playing the hero package, while only 23.5% of the players are playing the Brave Token package. But yeah, some examples are Brave, good stuff. Eldritch could have played it, and Prank Kids and Phantom Knights. Also, those are notable decks which can adopt Brave Token.
Yes, of course, since they don't take as much slots as other engines will be. And
most importantly is the effects doesn't pour off on normal summon. That's why.
yes, they don't take their normal summon slots. And not to mention, if you happen to use Aquamancer, is it level 3, free fodders for Phantom Knights, or even any other decks if you want extended monsters.
And some interesting thing is only one player keeping his deck size at sharp 40, while the rest was around 41 to 45. Can you guess like which deck could be the one that keep his deck size at 40? You can take a guess.
I probably go for Eldritch, I guess, because your deck engine is quite, I believe, is quite small. You wanted to, since it's a control deck, you wanted to dig thin and thick at the same time with back rows. So I believe I go for Eldritch, I believe.
Yeah, you got it right. It is Eldritch.
Oh.
Eldritch is the only one who's keeping his deck size at sharp 40.
Oh yeah, boy.
And then there's also only one player playing 60 cards deck. Can you guess which one it is?
I'm gonna go with the Chaos Dragon Links because there's no way you're playing a Chaos deck with only 40 cards.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's also playing grass and some kind of interesting text in his deck. Hopefully we get to feature his match later.
Yes, of course. Hopefully we can see that in the future match later. And also not to mention a lot of TCG players that on the subs to my channel mentioned that they really love 60 decks because the variation of the decks, the infinite possibilities, and not to mention the splashable reflexes that the decks can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of interesting that only one player keeping his deck size at 40 because in the past, traditional way, we tend to we have to maintain our deck at sharp 40 for consistency. Because but now it seems like a 41 or 42 is still kind of acceptable.
Well, if once your deck's engine is getting larger and you wanted the more consistency, you wanted more extents or anything, you basically really need to enhance your deck if you really needs to.
True though.
And of course, not to mention we're now at the format that hand traps and the call by the grave and so is relevant. So you needed to fit some space for them.
Let's go through each of the decks, shall we? First off,
Sure.
we have Drytron, seeing a huge representations as also one of the champions of Duelist Cup in Hong Kong, also using this deck. How do you see this coming for Drytron?
Well, I believe for Drytron, since it's a ritual-based decks, and of course it's heavily special summon, and Maxi is a good way to counter it. But they do have the not once per turn hand trap, which is Herald of the Orange Light, and multiple Omni Negates. Of course, the Herald of Ultimateness. It's really a pretty decent decks to play if you want to like keep it simple and search a lot, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Not to mention, going second, you have Natasha, can steal controls your opponent's monster. And then you can even go for the Lyric Sea Monster and then overlay into Juice if you ever want to. And not to mention going first, the board deck can set up is pretty absurd.
Yes, of course, but realize a lot of Drytron players dropped Natasha because you don't always get to go second. So they change it. Some of them even change it for the level 6 Herald with the pre-preparation of rights, which is easily searchable and is a +2.
Not to mention they have Ben 10, which is not once per turn. And then they have Eva, which helps off a lot.
Yes, he has Eva, he has Union Carrier, he has Beat Rice, which is such your Herald of Orange Light twice.
And now that we have Diviner, which is reprinted in a structure deck, everyone can play Drytron, I believe.
Yes, we not to mention the Herald Diviner, but even if it didn't reprint, you still get to play the decks quite consistently. You can play something else, like maybe the Marjus for the budget players, of course.
Alright, for the Sword Soul, right, this is like the last event they can play with the True Kings, but I don't think any of the players are adopting True Kings in this event, so yeah, Sword Soul, some of the players are adopting a minimum amount of a 10E monster, which is good going second. Notably the Dark 10E monster, which is the Vishuddha. And then on top of that,
or Vishuddha for the free bounces because token is also count as a non-effect monsters.
and then don't forget to mention their extra decks are all powerful cards like the Chen Ying, the Grand Social Duke, the Baroness de Fleur, Emancipator Ryzen Dragite, Draco Berserker of the Tenyi, the Chixiao, their main searcher, the main synchro monster they go into, the level 8. Baxia, which can bounce a card, going second. And then, yeah, some even adopting the D Hero package, which I think feel like, why not, man?
Honestly, but since this deck is potentially bringing out strong synchro monsters, as long as you're level 8 or higher, you're basically good to go. People even adopting Crimson Blader in case of the mirror match or different matchups like we saw just now. We have the Phoenix Enforcer also. If it happens to have a Crimson Blader, you can just knock out a monster and you're basically stun the deck for Fusion Destiny.
Alright, next one we have Tri Brigades. Yeah, as we are seeing in round number 1, Tri Brigades. With Tanky at 2, Fractal at 3. And then have multiple copies of Rescue Cat. It's pretty consistent going first. And then we reward such a powerful trap cards in the game. Yeah, that's why they put that on top.
And the disappearance of Dryden doesn't affect the decks that much. It's still a pretty consistent deck to play. You still get to do your basic combos even without Dryden.
Without Dryden, the D Hero Phoenix Enforcers came as like a substitute, I would say. But the game plan is you gonna like make a change a bit, because previously we tend to link off the Babylon to our link tree, but now you tend to like you want to leave it. You want to summon out your Phoenix Enforcer first, then you use your Phoenix Enforcer effects to pull off the Babylon to search for Revolt. Because if you ever tend to activate Babylon's effect first, then you are being restricted to be summoned Tri-Brigade monster only. So yeah, keep in mind on that.
Yes, and also if you're doing the exact same steps or you extend even more, you might get Nibiru in the process without even making your fusion destiny.
And Brave, good stuff. As we are seeing in round number 2, 1 needle fiber or 2 monster with a tuner gets you everything, right?
Yes, of course. It's just like almost like the same good stuff we back in 2018. As long as you have monster to extend into a link to place, you're basically good to go. You're guaranteed multiple interruptions, which is what the deck's good at.
Yeah, I'm seeing this deck will have a lot of potential because it's just released. It will definitely receive more new supports in the future, and people are still like shaping up the actual build of this deck. But for now, I think it's still very consistent, like playing Sengan to search for hand traps, or go for your special summons some free monster to go for needle fiber, going first, overlay into VFD. But now VFD is gone. People can also do some city combos like the Colossus, or even Boros Savage and Yang Jing, as you can see just now, searching for counter traps. Yeah.
Yes, of course. And also with the gone of True King of all calamities, the Colossus basically replaces his place because you're stopping your opponent from interacting, while other not that much of an interaction. In this format, we've seen a lot of decks that searches a lot, like Drytrons, Tri-Brigade, even Virtual Worlds. So Colossus just fits the bill in with different decks, which is stopping opponent from interaction.
Yeah, Colossus could be devastating to deal with for certain decks, especially Drytrons. Shutting them on searching is it's just like having a game basically. And then moving on, we have Eldritch. I know you yourself is an Eldritch player, so do I. Just joined recently. It's a fun deck, isn't it? Opening up skill drain and and set, fight, and pass, things like that.
Yes, we all wanted to say the F word, which is floodgates for the decks.
Yep.
Trading resources with your opponents, depending on the timing, you flip up your back rows. You can outgrind your opponents, wasting as much of resources as you can. And if you do have the composure, you basically can take the game with ease.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically like most of the top decks loses to skill drain. So that's why they have a great spot in this current meta game, I would say. Not to mention they can also adopt something like the Gozen match, which also can stun a lot of decks.
Yes, especially decks that mix up a lot, like the brigades or even the. I believe half of the pie charts here is going to be affected by the golden match since we mix a lot of things in here.
Mm-hmm. And then we have Prank Hits, which is notably for its one card combo, as you can see on round number 1. But yeah, they just like playing the resource game, trying to combo off. You get your cards back, and then you burn your opponents for 500, gain 1,000 life points, slowly pulling off the difference. Now that they have Brave Token, which can get rid of the Nibiru and certain hand traps like Ghost Bear, I would say they are afraid of, which makes them gaining quite an amount of popularity recently.
Not to mention, it's a very good grind deck, hashtag combo decks, because once you download the combos, you have something to recycle it, so you can basically grind as much as you want if you keep your resources intact.
Mm-hmm. And then Virtual World. This is also a surprising one, seeing only one of the players playing it, because I think most of the players are already like preparing towards the next format, so why not just play other decks? But Virtual World, I think, still suffers from some issues like breaking, I believe. Although they have Port of Desire or other extenders to help on the consistency issues. But they are the one that couldn't adopt Brave Token and the Hero Package. But after VLD being banned, I'm seeing some of the virtual players are playing the Brave Token. Any thoughts on this deck, Kai?
I think it's okay to play brave tokens in virtual world because at from what I see is that the Aquamancer is level 3, and what virtual world mostly do is the monsters are all 3, 6, and 9. So playing the exact same level from them is a extenders. So even without the VFTs, they still get to play a decent good board, although of course VFT is stopping every interactions, but the deck itself is already bringing much what you need is such as a lot. It filters the text a lot, and also it can look hands if you're playing the X double X Sabers Gotham or the I would say Krakosaurus package. Well, it is still a good text.
Yep, seeing a lot of Hong Kong related stuff. I mean, the terms they used was the Juju, the Lulu, the Duche, this kind of stuff, which is kind of familiar to all of these our Chinese players. Which I
Yes, of
think
course.
I believe that drags an amount of players towards the liking of this deck.
Of course, the name is also easily to remember. Is a double illusion. This double focus is a GG Shen Shen, and except for Zhu Xue, that card is terrifying, of course.
Mm-hmm. Next one we have Machina. Any thoughts on this rogue deck?
For Machinas is the new supports that came out from the previous booster, and it sums up that in one word, which is jank. That is really jank. Every monster that came out of that is either 3,000 somethings or 4,000 something. It's a big monsters. It can run through a lot of things, just like the trains and Cyber Dragon. I can see why players chooses to play this deck instead.
Yep. If he's playing like a ghost second play style, by going second, he might caught many people off guard by like just running through with trains or decaying opponents. Yep. Very very happy to see such kind of decks topping. And next on,
Since people were not prepared for it.
Next on we have Speedroid. Me myself playing against this player in my locals, so I'm kind of like shocked because he just combo off and run over me, which I'm sad. But Speedroid
Yes.
itself, yeah, a lot of extender like can summon out quite a variety of the synchro monster, I believe. Notably, they can even summon out the Crystal Wing, Burners, or even the Cosmic Blazer Dragon, which is pretty devastating. Any thoughts on
Yes,
this?
of course. I did the deck profile before a few months ago, and after testing it, the deck is basically just like the Jump Topo, aka Quasar decks. Every single card of your deck is your extenders. You can go all the way if you want, even if you get disrupted or even get you also. You still get a pretty decent hand to continue, even with just end up 2 negates. Your opponent can have tough time to run through.
Yep. And yeah, the combo deck nowadays, like a single hand Travis is never enough, man.
Not to mention. Yes, of course. It's a wombo combo decks.
Alright, and then PK, Phantom Knights, as we seen just now. Playing the Brave Token. This is like, I'm seeing this as could be one of the top decks in our new format, which is the October format. Setting up monsters itself is already hard to deal with, but if you have to deal with traps, that's the thing. That's the thing which makes many people go crazy. Not to mention just now, as you can see that all their monster, yes, still have effects while staying in the grave. And yeah, the Fog Blade can summon out monsters. And then the Lavinia can revive some monster from the Banish Pile. And then you can did some follow-up plays next turn.
Once you deal with short monsters, you still have to deal with the bad rules, which is really frustrated because monster is already hard to deal with, and now you have to deal with the bad rules.
Yeah, can't wait to evenly them. But since then, now they have the Griffon from the Brave Token. Yeah, so evenly might have a hard time going through. And then,
of course, the deck needs protection. The Brave Tokens it's the field.
and lastly, we have the Chaos Dragon Link. It's I can close some of the information here, which is that it's a 60 card deck. I couldn't enclose that much, but they are playing a lot of dark monster, I would say. Not just dragon. Some other dark types that you can think of. All of them are mashed up in this deck. Hopefully we get to show his deck list at the end of the day, because it's very interesting, very fun to play with just by looking at it. I believe you have the deck list as well, Kai. Any thoughts on this?
Yes, I believe this is like similar to what we used to play, the 60 chaos or some sort. You have the different variety of those engines, which is the light and dark. And of course, we have those good stuff, light and dark, which is the little light and dark dragons. Or and also not to mention if you're playing the thunder monsters, they're also light and dark. And also those cards didn't restrict you to any summoning methods or so. And if you can send anything or you grass anything on it, you're pretty much good to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with that much being said, seems like there's some technical issues on the player side. While we are getting things ready up, we have another short break right here. Stay tuned. Alright, we are now back with round number 3. The players are setting up. Let me get the title change. So now we have again Charles going against the Jackie Chan. Right, now that Charles is going first, she's opening up with the break token as you can see just now. Right, Maxi was getting called by. Let's continue with his play. Right, searching for Griffin. Ditching the effect monster. Alright, now that the board is safe, alright, open up Fusion Destiny. Alright, looks like Charles is not going into his Fang the Knight plays. But then there's 2 interruptions. in defense positions. Right, into Jackie's turn. As the player choose
Now we-
2 interruptions.
And now we can see is in Charles Lu's field is has a kind of stable board and without any hand cards. So I think, and also as long as that 2 interruptions can be baited, and yeah,
We are seeing Abyss. Right, this might be the interesting deck we mentioned just now. The Chaos.
this is the chaos variant, and we're seeing the abyss in play. And for you guys who didn't know how the deck works, it's basically they send themselves and send another one from the deck with a opposite attribute, which is light you send the dark, and the dark is in the light. And we're seeing the shield play. And we're seeing the and level and the shield without the normal summon, because already have 2 bodies on the field, going to can go to link or even exit space if you want. As, as we can hear from this match, looks like Charles is not that familiar with the Abyss engine, but it is a pretty underrated deck. And we're seeing the Harp Horror going to exit is to King of Pharaoh Imps.
Right, so we are seeing Abyss, we are seeing Phantom Knights, and we are seeing Orcus.
Yes, going to Pharaoh Imps. Potentially, he wanted to search for the Abyss monsters, I believe, because he searched for any reptile monsters from the deck. It doesn't restrict the level anyway.
I believe he's trying to bait off as much as interruptions for now. And then just use whatever he left to try to clear off his opponent's field.
So of course, because in this situations, regardless of which he destroys, he will have the Harp Horror in there to float for follow-ups.
Alright, so let's see if he will activate Harp Hero. If it's not, then there is a more important cards that he wants to keep it slot later on.
Yes, and now we see the Wyvern Buster going to Striker Dragons.
Right.
Gonna search another card. And searching the boot sector launch, and the Wyvern Buster is gonna search for Collapse Serpent.
Yeah, he's chain blocking. So the refund couldn't negate the Striker Dragon.
Yes. And Collapse Serpent is gonna come down, and yes, not to mention, Jackie still has his normal summon intact. He still have a normal summon, but he's already conducting a extended board.
I thought he don't summon the Harp Hero just now. Is it?
Oh yeah. Now that you mentioned that, he did normal summon the Harp Horror.
Mm-hmm. And I believe Harp Horror gives you everything in the Orcus. So there's a main thing. I believe the Charles is keeping his eye on Harp Hero by not negating any other cards until the Harp Horror activates its effects.
Yes, of course. And Hardcore is gonna be active during the last step, I believe, because the Hardcore itself is already guaranteed a Galatea. And now we see a Romulus comes out, gonna be searching the Dragon Ravine. It's gonna pitch another card. Although Dragon Ravine only send dragon from decks, but the hand discard part doesn't restrict anything. So you can pitch anything you want. You can pitch the you can if you need the light, you can pitch the light. If you need the dark, you can pitch the dark. And he's pitching the abyss monsters and going to pitch another dragon from the deck.
Yeah,
We're
three
seeing
cards in
the
hand.
Araster. We're seeing the Araster. We're seeing Tracer Dragons. And of course, I have to mention, oh, wow, in this game, you can see Jackie open a lot of one-off card in this deck. We see the Hard Horrors, we see the Ghost of Crafters, a lot of one-off decks that has been drew during the first hand.
Interesting.
Yes,
Right,
and now we're
here comes
seeing
the
the
Thunder
Thunder Dragon
Dragon.
plays. We're seeing
Holy
the Thunder Dragons play.
moly.
We see Union Carriers. Shout out to TCG players. We miss you. And Mark's gonna trigger this effect, searching for Hawk.
Here comes Colossus.
And now activating the boost sectors.
Right, so now it's better to have your better to keep your right, just to negate the fear spell.
Yes, because if the Spear Spell doesn't get negated, it guarantees a Warlord Savage because
Here's
one Tracer Dragon equals one Sequence.
here comes the Harp Horror. And not to mention there's still Thunder Dragon Hawk in hand.
Yes, so you have a lot of extents, and also he chooses to run the effects of Harp Horror, and it doesn't really matter afterwards. You can access on dark since all your components are going to be dark. Not to mention Colossus.
Yeah, I think he can push for games as there's only left one tokens on the field. So you can send it off the Dingrisu effects and then summon special summon out Colossus. And then I think
And
it's 8k.
yes, also he can even go for access code if he need it, since he hasn't used the effects of Union Carrier and you didn't restrict it to anything. And also access code is a dark, so you can use it if you want.
It looks like Jackie has is very familiar with his deck. It's playing in a pretty good pace.
Yes, of course, it's a very flexible deck. As we can see, it has a lot of extenders. Every single card he played just now really fits the bills. And
He's doing some maths here.
yes, using the Galateas to set doubles, and now we've seen the Dingrisu in place. Yes, like you said, he's gonna send the tokens.
Right, here comes Colossus.
Here comes Colossus.
Is that 8k?
Yes, I believe this is enough for 8k. If yes, he's go for game. Very, very well played by Jackie.
Right, 8002. We have a first game winner by Jackie.
I believe this is the fastest game we've seen so far, right? Only turn 2 and the opponent is, well, gone.
Even though you have like 2 interruptions, but still easily being ran over by tons of extenders. Mainly the extenders without any hand traps. The only maxi is getting called by, so So even you don't even have to afraid of being a maxi by opponents because call by effects negate for 2 turns.
Yes, of course, and that list of a choice already brings protection for that turn, the preventing maxis, and of course, the obviously the board wasn't strong enough for what Jackie's has to offer. It can't interrupts is basically not enough, and I must say, Jackie's hand is really, really good at the great right timing and the good moments. All the one-offs are here.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of side decking, since that Jackie is playing a 60 card deck, I doubt that he can draw into, even
Yes,
without hand clearing his opponent's field in the meantime, which is also a strategy.
and also because of the 60 card deck's consistencies, you can a lot of cards in the deck components might be never came up or even might be pretty during the second go. So you can replace those with some of hand traps or even like claim board cards like Dark Ruler No More. It helps during second go. And of course, not to mention, you might have a lot of stuff who can be taken out since you're playing a multiple variants. For Charles, we see during the previous match, consistency is all the way. As you can see just now with the mediocre hand, we still get to place up 2 interruptions, which is already what the deck has to offer.
Yeah, because Fusion Destiny itself is an interruptions, but unfortunately he drew into multiple Brave token cards, which it's tend to be search off, but he drew multiple copy of it, causing him to net a lot of cards. As you can see just now, after setting up 2 interruptions, he has no cards left in hand.
Yes, of course. And we're going the second game, as we can see now.
Right, it's
Again,
mm-hmm.
again, the Brave Token spell is at the first hand. We've seen this situation like a lot of times. Very
Such yeah.
consistent of those players.
Right, again the Griffin is drawn into his hand.
Yes, means that he had to search another card to pitch another card. Well, even
Yeah, I can
even
just
Griffin is
search.
already at the hand.
Mm-hmm.
Search anything if you want for next turns. It's basically still next. Doesn't really matter.
I believe it's search for monster only. Alright.
And we can see the
Right.
Phantom Knight's wings have been discarded.
Mm-hmm.
That we see Drow and Lockbird. Wow, very interesting choice.
Yep. It's very good against the Brave Token engine, I would say. If you ever happen to activate the Brave Token effect monster searching for the spell, and then you get Lockbird, you couldn't search for the Griffin right next. But now,
To mention that he chooses to negate Lockbird by the Griffins.
mm-hmm. Yeah, he
Not
has
to
to negate
mention
it.
that not to mention PK itself also searches a lot by banishing their monster from the graveyard. So it's understandable for him to set the Drow Lockbirds. And Horde Scale is summoned. Someone will see a Cherubini's play.
Right now that the Griffin is being get rid of, are we seeing any follow-ups like Nibiru?
We're seeing Cherubinis, and Conspira is being revived due to clock vanishing itself.
Alright, as you can see here, the Brave token is just like serve as an icing on the cake. You can still continue combo off his Fang the Knives, possibly ending up with a Utopic Future Dragon and 2 Fog Blade.
Very, very interesting choice to go for the Dragonic combo, I believe, because for it's also a good interaction because you negate it, you're not sending it to the graveyard. You negate the monster effect and you take control of it, not allowing the monster to be in Jackie's graveyard, but allowing another form of interactions, which is also really a nice choice in this method.
Here comes another Xyz monster.
You're seeing in double Laviniers. Yes, as we can see now, he's going to the Utopic Draco Futures.
Here's the best time to Nibiru. Are we seeing one?
No, I believe
Nope.
Jackies have no
Yeah.
response.
Mhm. He's touching his hand just now to like form playing a mind game. Right, we're seeing Anaconda, and then so now we can. There's a D hero, Phoenix Enforcer, Utopic Future Dragon, and 1 to 2 Fog Blade. Let's see. Yep. He's trying to further thinning his deck. Without Griffin, this deck is kinda loses to evenly, which I not sure if Jackie will join to it or not. Right, Lightning Storm. Right, it's getting rid of the Fog Blade, so now that there's only left 2 interruptions.
Well, pretty interesting choice of activating the Lightning Storm because even if it wants to destroy the monsters, the Phoenix Enforcer and Utopic Dragoon is not going to be destroyed since Utopic Dragoon has immunity and Phoenix Enforcer is in defense. So clearing the back road is the only choice he has just now.
Mm-hmm.
And quick launch has been Ash. with, with one more hands in Charles' hand, will we see another one turn comeback? Because the 60 deck is full of potentials, and of course, not to mention the interruptions is still on Charles' field.
Yeah, in such scenarios, like your deck understanding is pretty crucial here. Like you have interruption, of course, but which to negate is pretty a key, I would say. So that is like
Yes,
yeah.
anything you activate is a key. One card means a lot of things, and you're dealing with a monster negate that doesn't destroy. It takes over your monster. Huge in this matchup, I believe. As we can see now, we still see the one-off cards coming from Jackie, which is a foolish burial, sending the Aroster. I believe that we're going to see a Tracer Dragon again.
Yeah, it is. Nope.
Oh no, he's searching for the. Oh, something the Valor Synchro's gonna special summon back a monster from the graveyard, as long as it's the Dark Dragons. Very, very interesting choice.
Right. First negate. Or he gets to still take control of the monster since
Let's take control of the monsters,
right.
and
Yeah.
Jackie's picks up his card, realizing he can't extend anymore. We're going to a game 3 now. What we like I said just now, it really is a turn 2 deciding games.
Yeah, imagine not drawing into Lightning Storm, instead had to deal with 2 Fog Blade.
But now even he already deal with the 2 Fog Blades, but he still needs to get through Phoenix Enforcer and the Utopic Dragon, which is both potentially can't be destroyed because Phoenix Enforcer gonna come back during the next turn, and Utopia is gonna take over whichever have the. You will not leave any monsters on Jackie's field. As long as it's negate, it's gonna take control. You let your one material shorts, you can't extend that more.
Alright, later on we will have
So
Jackie.
now we're going to a game 3.
Yep, later on we will have Jackie going first. We will have a chance to take a look what kind of setup he will have. Since at the past 2 matchups he was just like going through Charles to breaking his board.
Yes, making a decent board or like multiple negates. Like even you only have one negate, you have a Dingrisu on the field, just sitting there, and your opponent tries to run through or so, they still need to pass by your monster first.
Mm-hmm.
And not to
And
mention that it is a Orcus combo, so we will see a crescendo plays and I would say Omni Negates and Banishes, really crucial for Panda Knights.
yeah, the fact that he's played that quite an amount of engines in the single deck will make the opponents like unsure like which ones to negate, which ones to throw your hand traps against. This is one of the advantage, I would say, of playing such a complicated decks, I would say. A mix of a lot
Yes,
of
of course.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, yes, of course. But once we get used to it, it pretty much just the pile. I would say back in 2018 or 2019, it is called the pile. You just throw every single light and dark engines onto the deck, and you're pretty much good to go.
Yeah. One of the two of the best attributes in the game. Light and dark.
Yes, the light and dark, the chaos engine. Also, one of the most favorite attributes in all the time. Whichever player you ask which attribute you like, they will obviously will say light or dark because the deck has infinite potentials. Previously, we have the spell cards just released in the World Premiere pack. Is it the Chaos Space, I believe?
Mm-hmm.
Bringing the Chaos hype back in the game after so many years.
Yeah, it improves so much consistency to the deck.
Because it searches, it mills, it recycles, it baits, it does a lot of things.
Not to mention, against a 60 card decks, people tends to hold on their ash for the grass, which makes it even outrageous. Like and then
Yes,
you
of
found
course.
out
You
at
see,
the end your opponents don't even have grass, and you just like you miss out the great timing to ash.
yes, of course. Well, grass is a very threatening card. One card can generate either infinite materials or either matter what you mill. If opponent ashes you, you still get to summon and combo the other stuff. And now we see the Girsu coming out from Jackie's. And once again, the one-off cards from Jackie's.
Alright, there's a token being special summoned, which means they won't getting evenly, they won't get the imperm. We're seeing
Yes, no
Lockbird, is
imperms
it?
allowed in this turn.
Is there a Lockbird?
Yes, we're seeing a Lockbird coming out from Charles, returning the favor of the previous game.
With that in mind, I'm not sure if Jackie is playing the Orcus counter traps, else he won't have any negations on board. I mean
Yes,
interruptions.
of course. It's pretty hard nowadays that to play through roles. And as you don't have that answers, you can't generate resources that consistent anymore.
I think we can both agree that Lockbird is now the best hand traps, aside from Maxi.
Yes, Mac Draw is really crucial in this format because you get to stop a potential combo of Drytron, Chaos, or anything you can possibly think of. Since it's retro, Jackie proceeds with the Orcus combo. We're seeing Hop Horror, we're seeing Nightmares. Are we gonna see the Galatea? Just like you said it can set the crescendo. Oh, we see the Rusty Bardiche. Very, very interesting choice of Jackie.
Right here comes the PK engine.
Yes, but with the draw and lockbird still ongoing effects, he can't search any of the monster he sent. So potentially going to see a previous old Orcus combo, I believe.
It's setting the free monster
Setting
instead of the Fogblade.
Yes, obviously, as we can see, he might wanted to go to extend even more. Potentially might be a time thief redoer combo, or it was just me. Nightmare gonna summon out the Nightmare, and we're gonna see a Galatea. Yes, we're going to see a Galatea. Oh, he can't make the Galatea because he's needed a effect monster as a link material. So little mistake from Jackie. We're seeing another quick launch. Did he just activate the second quick launch this time?
I believe not. There was a last turn where it got Ash.
I see. And now we're seeing even more extended plays from Jackie's. Obviously, he's not gonna get faded by the draw.
So what else are we seeing here? Not sure if he's playing the Anaconda package.
Maybe he's going. Maybe he's going for the Savage. Oh no, he's going to see.
Or
Are we
is
going to see a Chaos Emperor?
But he couldn't add any cards to hand, right? Or is it?
Yes, he can. He
Yeah.
can only evacuate 5 and mill all the cards. He can't add anything at all.
Let's see what he's trying to add. I mean, trying to mill.
Yes, yes. Although he can't mill, but he still get to. He can't add, but he still get to mill because the add is optional. Even if you have targets, you may choose not to add to your hand. Now, now they're now they have a confirm for the. Now they're asking the confirmation of the card effects of the Chaos Dragons. For the Chaos Dragons, to make sure that is it optional to add back the cards that evacuate from the top of the decks, because if it's in compulsory, well, he might can't evacuate at all.
Yeah, I believe it's optional.
Yes, so now have to confirming that after the drawing log break is still ongoing. Is it possible for it to near the top of the decks?
If the Chaos Ruler saying that you have to add one of those if there's ever a valid target, then I think it cannot activate. But since that it says that it's optional to add it to your hand even though there's a valid target, so that allows the Chaos Ruler to activate it even under Lockbird.
Yep. Depending on the card text and how the judges have decided, then it will really decide. And even I must say, even if he cannot search it, it's still a big body. If this card is at the graveyard, you can summon itself right back from the graveyard by banishing it light or dark. What we're seeing down here is that the great potential of Chaos 60 Chaos decks doesn't get faded by the Throw and Lockbird. It's still a very decent board. You get the set from Bardish, you get the Orchestra Floats. Still a pretty decent field, I would say. The judges are still confirming for the effects of the Chaos Ruler. Am I pronouncing the name right? I forgot the name. I remember the name. It's just very, very long. I gonna pull it up. The name here is Chaos Ruler, the Chaotic Demonic Dragon. Yes, it is a very long name. It is Chaos Ruler. I didn't mention the name wrong, surprisingly. And meanwhile, from Charles Field, I think that Lockbird is his only hand trap, I believe. But that hand trap stops from getting advantage of your opponent's hand. So you still get to see what your opponent has in play. And once you're done with it, you don't have to worry about the hands. You have to worry about the steal only. I see we have the confirmation of the judges is that you can't evacuate, so you can't even since you can't add, you can't even evacuate anything from your top of your decks, which is pretty reasonable. And we're gonna search the battle.
Let's see if there's counter traps. If he's playing counter traps or not.
No, no, he goes he set the babble instead of the contracts. And we're seeing the Ingrisus. And banishing and like our dark resources on itself. And we're gonna see, oh, it's IP Masquerena. I thought it was going to be Anaconda for Destiny Fusion. Obviously not. He's going for IP Masquerena. Interesting choices.
As you can see, one Lockbird pretty much like screw up his combo, as he just like keep on special summon monster and try as much as he could to thin off his deck while remaining some threats on the field. Here comes Brief Token.
Yes,
I'm seeing Charles with every opening hand with Brief Token.
yes. Pretty much every first hand is guaranteed a Brave Token engines. Well, for in Jackie's side, he's preparing anything he can to stop Charles from extending any further. You still have the hard horrors,
Right,
have
here
the hard horrors.
comes. Right, I believe it's the level 3
We
of
got to see a symbol
Orcus.
skeleton.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we're seeing the symbol skeletons. And
Right.
gonna be new chain the IP Masquerena.
Or like training
And a
one,
unicorn.
special summon a token. Is it a conduit spell? Search for one.
Now unicorn's effects gonna triggers.
Right, he's not searching for the Griffon because it doesn't mean anything for now.
And looks like they're having a little having conflict of the effects. And for the continuous styles effects is that if a monster is normal or special, you get to search a crit and equip to the Brave tokens. And it says that when a monster is normal or special, you get to search a equip and equip it to the tokens or add it to your hand. And it did mention that from your field or opponent's field. So even if your opponent summons a monster, you still get to search. Pretty nice interaction there.
Is that search requires a ditch? Let me check on the effects.
For the equips, I believe no. But if it's main phase triggers effect, such a brave token card, brave token monster, yes, you need to ditch. But if you activate the second effects to search a equip that doesn't require a discard, it's only either
Uh,
added to your hand or equipped to a monster on the field.
okay.
Very interesting choice.
Alright, let's one more interruptions in the form of Orcus reviving the Dingersu.
Yes. Yes. Well, if reviving the Dingri, so you basically have two interruptions because your Rusty Bardish gonna pop another card and your Dingri gonna send another one. So you basically guaranteed two interruptions. Well, of course, if Charles do have anything to say about it.
So it's probably
And now the
wiser.
simple skeleton effects.
Alright. Is Charles when going into end phase?
It's gonna
Strange
the
enough,
Rusty
he
Bardish is
chose
gonna
to.
destroy the tokens and he chooses to add the symbol skeleton to material instead.
Oddly
We're
enough,
going to see a one.
yeah, oddly enough, he chose to pop the token.
Yes, now we're going to see a K combo from Charles after getting all the interactions, all the Brave Tokens combo.
I think
Now we're
there's
going to
no
see a
much cards left in the Jackie Chan's hand.
yes, I believe yes. The last card is being discarded by the Nightmare Unicorn. In this scenario, we're going to see a basic Orcus combo on the field, which is already have a Babel and Dingusu. But even the field is getting cleared, you still have your symbol skeleton in the graveyard for next turn. But on the other hand, the Phantom Knight's already extended what he needed with a one summon and one silent boots, guaranteed cherubinis, and of course the Torn Scale is been sent after that. And we have a Fog Blade in the graveyard, so it is still another extender. Pretty much I would say that both players has extended as much as they can do that, and the fact that they play through multiple interruptions at that moment. Checking in the graveyards, still have the Nightmare Orcus Nightmare at the graveyard, and also Gears Symbol Skeleton has been used, and also the Hop Horde. Ours, of course, we're seeing the Leviathan's combo.
Right, he's going into Unicorn. He's trying to get rid of, I believe it's a Dingrisu. And now it's most likely be access code talker. to further clear off Jackie Chan's board. But that leaves him without any interruptions.
So basically, just have to go for games because, well, with the Ingrisu on the field, you still have the potential of this defy destroys because it can be destroyed by card effects, but Varys has material. The detection one can protect itself from destroying once. Means that if Jackie wants to live, he has to make sure that all his monster is safe since he already guaranteed next turn. Well, for Charles, I think at least a 3 destroy. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're seeing Nightmare Unicorns is getting rid of the Invis suit.
Yeah, even though
The
Jackie's left no cards in hand, I believe on his own turn, can still shuffle back one card from the from his banish pile by the Chaos Space effect and draw for one. And
yes,
then
and also not to mention Orcus Nightmares and Babbles, the symbol skeletons. You can bring back the Galatea.
he can go for juice, but his attack is too low.
Break sword. Yes, he's going to break sword. Interesting choice. Maybe he want to go for Zeus because wiping the board is potentially even better than leaving a single card on opponent's field. Break sword can use this effect to pop the Rusty Birdish and also effect triggers being it by 2 Fenelite monsters and becoming level 4s. That is much more a lot of resources there in Charles Field, making a unicorn and still have resources in their hands. Not to mention, still gets to bring back a monster from the graveyard. He still have the fog blades, I believe.
I'm not quite in track with the monster. Is there any effects that prevents him from activating Anaconda effects?
I think no, since the Feather Knights don't have restriction that much, they only synergize to themselves, so it doesn't really matter if he wants to go for Anacondas. Are we going to see the Anaconda plays now?
Yes, it is. He's pointing.
Yeah, yes, it is. Yes, we're seeing the Fusion Enforcer plays again.
Yep.
Looks like he's not gonna go for games. He's going for the safety options.
So that Phoenix Enforcer is probably going to be bait out by the Orcus skeleton, I believe, while reviving Galatea. If it didn't pop, then the Orcus is going to send one card, possibly the Phoenix Enforcer, to the grave, which is not ideal.
Yes, of course. And not to mention, Ingrisu is already returned to the Astro deck. It's not in the graveyard anymore. So Simple Skeleton is not gonna trade with the opponent anymore.
So the key turning point here is the next card that Jackie Chan is going to draw into, and also the cards that can be drawn by the Chaos Space.
Yes, I believe he have a target in the banish pile that can allow him to return it at draw 1.
As you can see, the Fear Spell is doing a lot of jobs over here, allowing Jackie Chan to activate Orcus effects on your opponent's turn, allowing him to recycle as much as he can, so that he can set up for his own turn.
Yes, this and Again, we're seeing Charles with zero hands and of course two cards in the back. Potentially might be the fault blades or call by the grave. Destroying the battle by the effects of Phoenix Enforcer. Now Ishakitun's gonna draw. But are we gonna see a potential comeback from Jackie? Because anything can happen in 60 decks. You mentioned search, mailing, and add that.
Alright. This is basically a bait, I would say, but it's still an quite important card. There's an important decision making over here. It's trying to pinpoint which one, whether to pop his Phantom Knights. Alright, Charlotte is taking his time to think. I believe we went into time call. Alright, here comes the Destiny draw from the Chaos Space. Right, we're seeing Jackie Chan linking to Union Carrier. Yep, I believe Union Carrier is like attribute, that's why you cannot link it off, because you has used the Orcus effects. So you're seeing that he's still keeping his Orcus lavatories in the grave, because I believe that's the key card. He's trying to bait, but Charles over here is not catching the bait here. Like Fog Blade reviving the Rusty Bodish, or here comes the Orcus lavatory, probably going to Special Summon Galatea, and then Charlotte is probably going to pop it. Alright, looks like it's not over. Charles has no response to it. Alright, it's time to pop for Galatea to prevent Ingrisu from summoning out. Now that the Rusty Bandage cannot be used as a link material, I believe so. I doubt that Jackie Chan has any follow-up plays if the Galatea beings pop off by the Phoenix Enforcer. Alright. The the Chalice chose to pop his own Fury's Barrier and Galatea so that the Phoenix Enforcer stays on the field. With that, he can reduce the attack of his opponents by 400. That way, he can indirectly protect his unicorn being ran over by Rusty Barrage. Alright, Jackie Chan seeing like he's trying to scoop off. Right, Jackie Chan give up, Charles lose, take the game. What an interesting matchup here. We're seeing Charles Lu drawing Brave Token every opening hand. We're seeing Jackie Chan going breaking boards in the first game. Very interesting for both the players. We're seeing a high quality matchups over here. Alright, now that we are waiting for the round number 4, let's take a short break over here. Alright, while we are waiting for round number 4, let me repeat some of the slides here that shown for some of the viewer who just happened to slide in into this video. Alright, for this Duelist Cup Malaysia, due to the current pandemic situation, we are unable to deal face-to-face. Therefore, our Duelist Cup is slightly different than the one in Hong Kong, as you guys can see from the live stream last few weeks. And then for us, first we have Duelist Cup shop tournament, which happens in the past few weeks. And then today, which is the main event day, we have all the champions from the local shop tournaments to compete with each other. The format is 4 rounds of Swiss, and then we will cut into top 4, which will have the single eliminations to decide who's the champion for today. We are currently at finishing the 3rd round of Swiss. We are waiting for the 4th round. And then the ban list we are using was the OCG July 2021, which means that VFD and Mixed Mind still legal over here. Speaking of the price, as you all know, you can we have shop tournaments and then the main events. So if you happen to participate in the shop tournaments, you have the injection lily as an entry price card, which is showing on the right side. injection needs as well in this current situation, which is the, kind of related to the vaccination for COVID. And then for the top 3 of this main event, each of them will receive a playmat featuring the IP Masquerena. And then furthermore, the champion of this main event will receive a digital prize from Enakosa. And then here is a list of the OTS and the respective Duelist Cup winners over the right side. Yeah, some familiar names over here, I believe, that you guys are coming to support them. And you can actually search for the official tournament store in the link below over here. And then just filter out by country, and you'll be seeing the list of official tournament store in Malaysia. And lastly, this is the deck representations for today's main event. We have a total of 17 players, as I mentioned just now. And almost 60% of the players are playing the hero package. And 23.5% of the players are playing the Brave Token package. And only one player keeping his deck size at sharp 40. And only one player playing 60 card decks, notably the Chaos Dragon Link that you see just now. Interesting, seeing Eldritch only has and Virtual World only has one representations because they are one of the popular decks nowadays before the ban list drops. And for the first 2 spots is Droidtron and Sword Soul, which is sitting at 3 representations each. Hopefully we got a feature match featuring Droidtron or Sword Soul later. Secondly, we have Tri Brigade sitting at 2 together with Brave GS, which is good stuff. And then we'll have a couple of interesting decks follow up. Alright, stay tuned for round number 4. The player is getting ready. Alright, seems like the players is getting ready up. Alright, so this is the final round of the Swiss. And again, we are seeing Charles Liu on the left hand side, and on the right hand side we have Won Jun Yang. Let me get the name fixed for you right now. Alright, we're waiting them to set up and waiting for the judge to declare, announce for start.
这里各3张哦。3张啊 ，OK OK。1 2 3 OK。可以可以。OK。然后5张牌 OK。等。
Alright. Now that Charles Liu and Won Junyang, it's most likely both of them are going to qualify for the top cut.
我们斗大了，斗没有不是斗单双呗？哎，我刚才讲斗大吗？哦，你要斗，其实都可以，这个其实小事吧。OK 是讲斗大，就是他肉给你的肉给我是吧？对，然后如果你没关系，如果你要飞的话是单双无所谓了，单双了。就是无所谓了，其实也是他肉吧，但是只是因为单双就可以肉一次就够了嘛。单双没关系agree 单双了。像你要单双，你选哦。我选单了。我选双了这样。OK 开始，你们看到是？我看不到了。看我 stream。看到我的 screen 吗？我没有看到那个 screen。没有看到。我 share 了一次啊，等一下等一下。
Alright, both players are deciding who to go first. I mean, who gets to choose on going first or second. The judges are rolling the dice for them. Alright, looks like Charles will go first. Let's see if he's going to open with Brief Token again, like what he did on the past 2 feature match. Here it is, Brave Token. Why am I not surprised? And it's getting Ash. Looks like alright. Number 7 for the next. Here comes Rubini, I believe. With Gamer and Ash. Let's see what else Charles Liu can pull off.
Level 3来的了。Level 3，他跳出来的时候，他可以选要不要加薪。他可以选。OK。选发了。可以，没问题。
Right now that we are seeing another copy of Levenier. This is pretty important to try to recycle back your monster from the banish pile for the follow-up plays. Alright, it's probably going to link into Anaconda. Yes, it is. With that, There's only one interruption on the field. Yep, another future material is from his hand. This further lowers down his hand size to now only 1. Alright, now it's into the turns of Won Junyang. Let's see what deck he's playing. Siphon Gear Gamma. What decks could possibly adopt that? Could it be Virtual? Could it be Sword Soul? Could it be Eldritch? Alright, we're seeing Eldritch. It is indeed the one and only Eldritch. He's costing out his golden match, as I believe this has a very less effects against Phantom Knight, as all his monster is dark. So now that the hand size is only left 2, this is pretty crucial. Alright, since the Anaconda monster is the Anaconda is it cannot be destroyed by effects because it's pointed by the Cherubini. Alright, let's see what Eldritch have in his hand. Alright, set 1, probably going to revive the Eldritch monster. Alright, costing. It is the Sanguine, which makes which then he can overlay, he can set 1 golden land card, possibly the Conquistador, to have some interruptions. Alright, Cherubini can send off another monster to prevent monster being destroyed. Or he's setting Conquistador. With that, there is 1 card in hand. Which is very crucial, as 1 Conquistador is basically not enough, I would say. Alright, it is the Pirate. It's activating during the draw phase to banish out the Phoenix Enforcer. This left only 1 card. Alright, he's searching out brief tokens. So setting up the Setting up Griffon, then only follow up with your PK. Monster effects is more strategic, as you don't want your monster being destroyed by Conquistador. Alright. It's popping the continuous spell. Alright, now that the PK follow-up display. Alright, now that it's link off to Unicorn. Discarding final impermanence, I believe. Shuffle back Golden Lord. Right, it's going to get rid of the monster on the field. And while these two traps happens to be the Golden Land card on Wonjun Yang's on end phase, can only set the either Sanguine or other Awakenings card, the Black or White Awakening, which could stall for some turns. But I doubt that the Wonjun Yang can even survive this turn. Let's see if Charles Lu can put on another monster with a 2.7k attack at least to go for games. Interesting to see that, not to say interesting, but good seeing that LH went that far into the top. As I say, they have a pretty good matchup against most of the top decks, I would say. But they are very grindy. They tend to take a few turns to set up the boards. I mean, pile up all those resources before they can snowball. But now there isn't any continuous traps that can stun their opponents. This is most likely not going to end well for the LH player. Alright. With the XC monster, you can even overlay into the Sky Thunder Juice later on, which is even more absurd for the LH player. Right, pops the last trap monster on the field. And then the Broken Sword effects. Special summon the same level Phantom Knights in your graveyard and increase your level by 1. And so you cannot special summon for the rest of the turn except for Dark Monster. Now that Charles still has cards in hand, he cannot props the Denier effects. Sorry, I mean Celestia drawing effects. Alright. Looks like Broken Swords can special summon a monster which then I believe it will be probably over 8k. Linking of 3 monster. Alright. Games 1 goes to Charles Liu. Right now that both the players are side decking, and most likely the one are going to go first. As for the Eldritch player, they tend to have some certain side deck cards, which is a very common one is the Lava Golem, or even Evenly Match, which I doubt he will side it in going first. And then there's King of the Sky Prison, which is also a newly released cards that helps out a lot of Floodgates deck, I would say. So the key thing is to draw into Skill Drain, I would say, and some negate like the Solemn Judgment or the Eldritch counter traps to protect his Skill Drain. I believe that cards like the Torrential Tribute could also be quite devastating against the Phantonax player. Because what they tend to do is like spamming a monster to the field, especially going second. Yeah, most likely you want to go into SS Talker. But come to think of it, that Cerebrini has the immunity effects. This will have the Torrential Tribute to be less likely to be useful. Alright, both players has done side decking. Alright, LH player choose to go first. Let's see what is his opening hand. Alright, a classic LH play, set 4 and pass. By setting that much of a back row, he's pretty much confident that he's not afraid of the cards like Lightning Storm, which we are seeing now. Alright, as I mentioned earlier, Solemn Judgment negating Lightning Storm. 3 back rows left. Harpy! Alright, we're seeing 2 back row removals and 2 Solemn Judgments, which then makes the life point of Won Junyang down into 2000. A very dangerous. Alright, let's see if there's a Solemn Strike. Summoning Broken Sword. Pass. Alright, I think his attack was 2k. Alright, without going into a further place, let's see if it's sanguined. Alright, Conquistador it is. Alright. Sky Thunder we are seeing. Let's see what's the last trap card that Won Junyang has. Alright. Now that even though PK players has down into one card in hand. Alright, is there any solemn strikes and negations? Alright, it seems like the Sky Thunder gets the lead. This is pretty devastating for LH players, as this it is a 4 material juice, and Won Junyang only downs to 2000 life points. And then let's see what's get wiped off. Is Cosmic and the Sanguine. Alright. With Sanguine and Conquistador. Alright, Conquistador is setting possibly another copy of Sanguine. While I believe the Charles Lu player can wait for Sanguine. Or his Fenrir setting off Sanguine. Or he's sending the Pirate, which is sitting at the attack of 1800. If the Charles Lu have any monster with at least 1800 or above, it's basically GG. Alright, GG. Here comes the Brave Token again. Alright, as we are seeing here, Charles Lu take the match because of the happens to be 2 copy of barrel removers, wasting his soul judgments to protect against. Alright, I think that's pretty much it. After a quick moment, we will go into the top 4 card. Looking forward who is the chosen for. Most likely these 2 players is also qualified for the upcoming top 4 card single eliminations. Stay tuned guys, we will have a short break and I will see you guys later. Alright, well, we are waiting for the top 4. Let's have a discussion on the upcoming ban list, which is the October OCG Forbidden Limited List updates. As you can see over here, Forbidden cards we have VFD and Mystic Mine. Welcome back, Kai.
Yes, the dreaded mine is gone finally. But for BFD, aka Trooping of All Calamities, that I think is a bit shocking card because when we think of OCG and TCG difference, we might thought that maybe the Trooping will, I think, live for a while, but obviously they didn't. They straight put it to the ban list. Well, quite surprising.
As I believe many of the players are asking this card to be banned since like 2 or 3 formats ago, or possibly a year ago, and now it is in there. Everyone is kind of happy about it, I guess.
Yes, because that card stops interactions, and playing multiple copies is already enough. While playing one copy, it didn't solve the problem. It just slow down the pace. Like, oh, you can't make multiple VFDs. You only have one. Once you get rid of it, it won't be another one anymore. So, yeah, it is still a solving solution.
I think having this card exists in this game kind of like narrows down the card design as if they ever happen to be like a 2 level 9 monster prepared or overlay into VFD. Yeah, I think that's the case where they decide to ban this card. And then going into the limited sections, we have Sky Thunder, and then also Gamma as well. Any thoughts on this, Kai?
For Gamma, it's kind of surprising because putting that card into one basically just ends that card's career, because for the ratio of playing one each is not relevant because it's a 50-50. And for Zeus, maybe because of the players having playing multiple copies, you can stack Zeus after Zeus, and it's kind of unfair. It's not to mention that it's not once per chain. Can we at least make it once per chain? Of course, not once per turn.
Yep, I believe like having 2 copies of Juice is definitely absurd. But keeping it at 1 doesn't matter much. I think the strongest thing about Juice is that you can have more than 3 materials, which means sitting at least 4, which you can activate 2 times, which makes it pretty absurd. So actually, I was thinking of like taking check on some of the cards like Downer Magicians or the Gaia, which overlays into another XE monster. Those are the problematic cards which I think that makes Juice broken actually.
Yes, increasing the materials allowing you to activate once more. That's really crucial.
As you already tend to have a quite less amount of going second card, I think Juice is pretty is a necessary evil to stay, I believe. But the having like more than 4 or above materials definitely makes this card very broken. And
Yes, not
then
to mention consistently censor board one at it brings back the flow to you as long it's just like the Exoton Knight, but this is even better. It's just sense. It clears the board for you.
And the 3k is pretty big, not gonna lie. And then for Gamma, I understand that even though it's a hand traps, but it's widely adopted by other players despite it's going to 2 in the last ban list. But then it still generates too much advantage by even going first. Like you just like happen to activate your cards from the grave or hand, or even a spell, so that you didn't control any cards on any monster on the field. If your opponents happen to entraps you, you can counter it with Gamma, and then leaving you with 2 bodies on board. You can either go to Omega or even go into the Needle Fiber. That is what I think what makes the cards being put to 1.
And also, not to mention that hand trap is hard to counter. If you cross out it or ash it, it stays on the hand, means it will guarantee to use again. It's not a really it's not really good to having multiples, right?
Yeah, for now it's being limited to 1. I believe very less likely people are going to adopt it unless you don't mind having light monster in your deck. I believe so, like some sort of shadow, or because they are playing grass, they have to like desperately making sure their grass went through, so they will have the Gamma in their deck and don't mind drawing into the driver. Yeah, I think for the other decks, it's most likely going to drop this, and I think it's safe to call that just ash whatever you want, or maxi when your opponents don't have, even your opponents don't have monster on the field. Just throw whatever hand traps you have.
Yes, of course, because the choices is not wide. As you can see, in the metagame right now, the hand trap is just these and not much more. So yeah,
And moving forward to the semi-limited sections, we have 2 cards coming off from the limited, and then 2 cards getting getting dropped down from 3 to 2 copies. So for the 2 cards that bring freed up is the dinosaur and the dark matter dragon, I believe.
yes, the Red Ice Darkness Medal.
And I'm seeing, yeah, to the dino players is would they still playing? I think this pretty much increase the consistency, right?
Yes, it's increased the consistency much, and we can see the outcome in TCGs. They having 3 Oviraptors, 3 Miscellaneousaurus. That basically dominates the meta. That it's just observe it. Playing that deck while having Misk is just to have a extra copy of Call by the Grave because you're immune to anything during the main case, and bump your searcher, which is Oviraptor to 1. It's like adding another shadows to your decks. Not to mention you have the Archosaurus and the Dinos egg to pop off a lot. So that deck's definitely gonna see some play after this format. And for Darkness Metal, since it's been errata, well, opening to 2 is kind of nice, but it's become hard for turn. So playing multiple copies doesn't do much, but it is a free body to use again and again. I doubt you see any more Dragon Links player can play multiple copies of this. but I could be wrong.
Yep. As what the OCG economy in OCG tend to do is like they slowly free up from semi-limited and then slowly bring it back to 3 copies. Like what we can see over here is the pendulum call. That's what basically the economy does. They're trying to like over releasing some of the cards. And then we have Polo Desire. I did make a call on this before because I'm seeing it being widely used by too much of the decks. But yeah, what's your thoughts on this card?
For a lot of scenarios, this card is basically says draw tools, and against certain against decks that compose a lot, it has space, and after you do the combo, you activate this space, you're increasing your hand size, increasing your risk of banishing your materials, which doesn't really matter. You're adding the resource and bringing threat to your opponent. So lowering down to 2 means that you can't consistently add 2 more cards from your deck, which is pretty reasonable.
The draw 2 might not be the cards you want, but in terms of increasing your hand size for decks like Virtual World, where they tend to need to discard something, or even Tribal Gates, they need to shuffle back some things, this card helps a lot, I would say.
Yes, of course. Banish is not the main point. The main point is you get to draw 2.
And then we have Crossout Designator. I can see why is it over here. I was calling for callback to be limited, but instead they go for Crossout, which I totally understand because like in the current format, as you know, it's like heavily favoring the going first. So like the hand traps negations really like shut downs other players that go second, which I would say. Or even if their hand trap doesn't go through, it basically means that
And also in the mirror match, you have multiple copies, so by banishing it, negate it, decreases the amount of expense for your opponent. So I understand why they semi-limited.
Yup. Yeah, this card is pretty broken, kind of think of it, because it negates like basically anything. Anything as long as it's in your deck.
Yes.
Your opponents happen to play it, you can negate it. It's like an omni negate, I would say. Just that it's not counter traps.
Yes. Yes, it's an omni negates eventually.
And then moving forward to the cards that's no longer on the list, we have the Danger Nessie. I think Danger is not doing anything as of now since they are Tempest Magician is got banned, and now this like it just brings over some consistency, I would say, because it provides some search. And then
also because of Grinder Golem's gone, so you won't have to worry about a lot of those loops or some sort.
okay, yeah. And then we have the Salaman Great Circle. Yeah, definitely need some boost. The format is already like it's not as same as what we have in the past few years. I believe it's the 2018 formats, where Salaman Grey is the biggest thing. And yeah, and then we have Mind Control that comes along, which is these are the 2 key cards that I think most of the player seeing their appearance on the 2019 Worlds, where the Koki Kosaka pull off having a mirror match with the players from Taiwan, notably the what's his name called again?
Yeah, I literally forget the name. I got caught with the moment. I forgot the name.
Yeah, same to me. And then yeah,
from what to be back at 3, this is something we need to take note of because it's not once per turn. It's still a monster, and looking back until now, the format that taking control of opponent's monster really changed since we just wanted to remove things. Yeah, my control definitely need to be have an eye on
Yeah,
it.
now that I can recall is Wang Jiaqing against Kogi Kosaka in the World's final. But this iconic mind control is super broken in the Salaman mirror match, I would say. But now that it's less likely to be a league format, this is kind of like it's not as oppressive as it is last time. But for decks that can utilize that perform a lot of link climbings, they tend to appreciate this card.
Yes, it's a side deck card that needs to be taken off, and I'm sure players are collecting their mind control effects because of having it back to true. It's just absurd.
Yeah, because as I said, the format is favoring the going first, so you kind of have that need to have read up some removal for the go second players. But then I'm not seeing my control is going to does anything, especially against the D hero, Phoenix Enforcer, and Brave Token. They can just simply like pot itself, or they can just negate it. I'm mentioning the Griffin, they can just negate it. Just like prop ups their negations. And lastly, we have the Pendulum Cost. Hopefully, we get some Pendulum supports in the near future, I would say. They are being
Yes, of
sleeping
course,
for
because
quite some time. Yeah.
we only see Zephyros and Endymions in play, and of course, both of these decks doesn't utilize the Pendulum Core. Even Pendulum Magicians not using Pendulum Core that often, so hopefully we get to see more in the next booster.
Yep. So that's it, our coverage on this upcoming ban list. Hopefully, it turns out well for the format. Everyone gets to enjoy a healthy, a diverse format. This is which is pretty good. I mean, every players are looking forward to that. And yep, we'll have a short break and we'll come back soon for the top 4 matches. All right, stay tuned.
Yes, we'll be back soon.看等下下一场
All right. for keeping you guys waiting. The top 4 feature match is now here. Right, let me get some title update over here. This is the semi-final, and we have, I believe it was on the left side, we have the Won Junyang, the LH player.
And on the right side will be Jackie Chan, which used the 60 chaos. Like just now we witnessed it.
Mm-hmm. Right, looks like both of the players are setting up. And for guys who don't know, the another side of table, we actually have Charles Lu and also Wong Tiankai. And then the winners from this table will compete with the winners of that table. They will meet in the final match.
Oh shit. Looks like both players gonna be starting with the die roll. And of course, we must say it's an interesting of seeing the 60 cards in the top 4s and also the chaos variant supported by
Actually,
a lot of players.
yeah, these are the 2 decks I mentioned just now. One playing at 40 and another one is playing at 60. I mean, they are both the only one who's playing 40 cards and 60 cards. Looks like they are waiting for the call from the judge before they can start.
And just now we were thought that they have some little bit technical issues because the screen was frozen. But looks like I was wrong.
Let's hype up, guys. We are very soon to get into our final match. So looking forward to see who will be crowned the champion and go home, walking home with a Enaco digital prize.
And of course, the winner's mat.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess they're starting the match right now. Okay, this is the match they've been waiting for. Top 4. A lot of process to get through here. Looks like Jackie Chan is gonna starting off by summoning the Abyss Nymphs. When normal, especially, you get to search a Abyss spell traps.
Alright, no respawn for the Eldritch player.
And you're gonna be searching the Water Lily. It's a Foolish Burial and the Monster Reborn. Pretty decent card, but you have to have. You can send any monster if you want, as long as it's reptile. It's free. And of course, this is the basic combo of the Abyss, if you guys have watched the deck profile before. So the Abyss level 4 monster, they can special summon itself from the graveyard if it has reptiles on the field or zero monsters. And the one he sent to the graveyard can summon itself as well, as long as you tribute a reptile monster. It tributes for cost, so if the process is being called by or anything, they can bring it back, of course. The monster, the monster you're going to special summoning back is going to be the curse and link into barricade blocker. And of course, we're seeing a Thunder Dragon place. They already have the Hawk in their hand, which is really absurd because it's also a limited card, as we mentioned before. We see Colossus, Darts can set to the graveyard, and he searches Roar. Maybe he's preparing for next turn for getting back the Hawk, since Hawks can revive anytime since you want, as long as you can take it. And what we can see now, this is a very good potential of the Chaos decks. As long as your decks are light or dark, you can basically combo out, and they didn't restrict anything at all, even the Abyss. So doesn't really matter. And he just discarded the Roar to add back the Hawk for next turns. Well, I think he wanted the resources of a Dart and Roar, because if opponent tries to run through the Colossus, he can banish and get to summon for free. Adding 2 more back rows. Really surprised that the Chaos deck have a back row. And of course, during the end phase, the Barricade Blocker can't add back anything because they don't have the requirement spell. And on the other side, Pot Extravagance is activated, gonna banish 6 randomly, so the opponent's going to choose randomly. Gonna draw 2 cards. Can we just take a moment to appreciate that how good Extravagant was to get to draw 2, especially in a decks like this, since your actual deck doesn't really matter. You just wanted to draw 2. It baits Ash, it bait negations, and also Colossus can't do anything about it, not to mention. And Golden Lord effects is triggered, discarding Black Awakening, gonna target a card. Targeting the Colossus, and of course, it can't prevent for destroys in the center graveyards. And of course, gonna be costing 1 spell trade on the field.
It's
Costing
Gozen
the Gozen match. Wow, it's interesting choice. Maybe because it's the Chaos deck, so Gozen match doesn't do much against that deck. Gonna be respond with the Fire Blade. Really good answers. And also here, not to mention, even with the Fog Blades is in text or average the Golden Lords, they cannot be destroyed by card effects, and 1000 is still on tag on the monsters. So it's still it is still a thing to be remembered and take notes of. Yes, I think it's Conquistador based off the fading shadows. And of course, the basic move of the Eldritch is set 5 and pass, like we mentioned before. But in this scenario, Eldritch is basically safe from being attacked over since the Fog Base is protecting him in a way. And Jackie discarding Hawk is gonna special summon back other dragon from the grave or banish, but of course not Colossus. And also it doesn't target, it brings back any one as long as it's a Thunder Dragon.
And for now, I believe there's only two valid targets, right? Either Thunder Dragon Duck or Thunder Dragon Raw.
Yes, of course you can't bring back the Colossus, it's not legally summoned yet. It's a, how do I say that? Simple league summon. Look-alike.
Here comes the Goza match.
Yes, we're seeing the Golden Mesh. Looks obviously have the multiple copies. No wonder he sent it. And
And
a
then,
really good floodgates to take
Mhm.
look of.
Here comes the Thunder Dragon Raw Vex. Props off to special summon. I believe he's going to special summon another copy of Thunder Dragon Dark from his deck, which is also a dark.
Yes. So yes, of course, the only choices have to be special summon is of course gonna be the
Alright, Solemn
Roar
Judgments
or the Dark.
against the Rusty Bardage.
And now he can special summon another Thunder Dragon, which can be Thunder Dragon itself or Matrix, since the field don't have any more dark. And yes, he special out the dark. Maybe he doesn't have Matrix or Thunder Dragon, so it is quite the good choices because you get to search Thunder Dragon Fusion if you have it in your deck. And Tracer has been played. Of course, it doesn't restrict to the Golden Mesh choices. It's a dark. And Tracer, if it's going to target the Fog Blades, gonna special summon a Thunder. I'm sorry, a Volets or the Boil Dread monster from the deck.
I think most of the combo decks will have a hard time going against the decks like Eldritch, since there's no any generic out to the back row.
Yes, and also not to mention, it's always the hard matchup when the combo decks fight against the control decks. It's about whichever players have the advantage. Of, for control, they have to live through. For combos, they have to burst through regardless. And Conquistador is activated, it's gonna pop the tracers for preventing any synchro plays. And now we have the Striker Dragons. A search the Whisper, which is boots at the launch.
You can see that this deck that Jackie was playing is pretty fun because of the fact that their combo is non-linear. It's like you do water combo on based on whatever cards you have. It's trying to link spam, do whatever monster you can have at the current moment. This is one type of the deck like I tend to like.
Yes, and of course, it has a more of a flexible. It has a lot of extenders, a lot of utilities, and not to mention all the cards are flashable. Looks like they're entering the thinking phase.
Was there a thinking phase in Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yes, yes, we are squeezing our brain juice and brainstorming as much as we want. So it is a thinking phase. Yes, of course, currently is still in the thinking phase. And
Alright.
of course, the target for the Striker Dragons is gonna get Aquero, and it's a non-target graveyard removal.
With that much of a golden land trap cards being activated, here comes the snowballing, as the one trap cards gets you another trap cards. He's going to snowball very hard.
Yes, and it's gonna trade one for one all of the stuff, obviously. And as long as they activated the turn, they can't use it again. But once they send it to the graveyard, they can use it again and replenishing their field as much.
Now that we left on one, wow, it's Imperial Order.
Wow, it's Imperial Pro all. Of course, Jackie acknowledged it and picks up his card.
Here goes game number 1 to Won Junyang.
Yes, what a game, ladies and gentlemen. We just witnessed a floodgates war zone just now. And as I mentioned in my previous video before, I thought that Imperial Order is gonna get banned, go back to the forbidden list, because as what we can see now, that card basically stops a lot of plays, not to mention the scenario just now. And also, even though it's a one-off, we keep seeing one-off cards coming out from every players in this tournament.
Seeing that just now, despite Jackie Chan going first, his board tends to like not doing that much of a stuff against Won Junyang. So I doubt that Jackie Chan will still choose to go first. Or is it a better choice to go second and try to like wipe up Eldritch players' floodgates? Not sure which one is the wiser move.
Yes, depends on how his side deck is built, and also how he's familiar with the matchups. Because some players might not familiar how to encounter the control decks, and especially if you're playing a 60 card deck, you might choose to go first because you can make a board and pray that your opponent doesn't leave through. But if you have like the confidence of clearing back rolls and stopping your opponent from playing something like Denko Sekka, you can obviously go second. You can bait out as much as you want, or you can just make a board. to stay alive as much as possible. And also it's an absurd deck to have in the top fours. Both players are doing as much as they can to stay alive, of course. For Wandering, he will do his best to stay alive every single turn, while Jackie is gonna do as much as combo as he can to push through or just stay ahead of the lead to make sure that nothing is gonna break through and he still have the resources for following turns.
Alright, it's been a long day. We are almost here to the final match. Hopefully, it's ending pretty fast so that we can wrap up. Just kidding.
This is the match that we've been waiting for. Both tables, and from the other side we have CyhKai and Charles. All of them get until this far just to smell that IP Mascarena's met. And yeah, it's just one step closer in order to get that prize. So we're gonna see who's gonna take over here and guaranteed top two. And we can see Junyang is already done done citing out his decks, and while Jackie is still considering brainstorming, I believe.
Yeah, as he's playing the 60 card deck, it takes some time to to take out all your side cards.
Yes, need sometimes to adjust for the decks and be sure that you don't side out those important components, of course. Those like hand traps, call by need to be taken care of. Yes, hence side deck, I would say. Okay, the players have decided their side deck choices. Now they choosing the how they wanted to cut the decks. Okay, they have decided, and are we gonna see a big board coming up from Jackie's because we see a lot of times even the most mediocre hands he can make a board. Are we gonna see another miracle?
So Jackie Chan just passed his turn. Do I see it wrongly? Or he?
I'm not sure. Did he just passes his turn? Be like, this is something.
I think he drew
Really?
into some back row removers. That's why he chose to pass his turn. Notably, the Lightning Storm, I guess. Here comes Ecclesia.
Yes. Yes, here comes Ecclesia. We haven't seen this card during the last match, and of course, a really good card. Getting Search of Your Back Rows, which is a removal, not to mention destroy 2 cards for free. And of course, not to mention the Dogmatica engine, splashable to nearly every single engine you can we see in this format, but of course people choose not to. It restricted to your extra decks. Some people might not taking the risk, but for Eldritch, it doesn't really matter because you have a body that can't be run through by extra decks, and also you're getting a back row, which is pretty consistent, I would say. And now we see the Crowdlands play, preventing also the restriction of preventing monster can't attack except for undead. Well, you're already entering the battlefield, so it doesn't really matter. And what we're seeing from Jackie here don't have any responses. I maybe just like you said, he's drawing those back row removal, waiting opponents to do what he needed, and then just clear once and for all. Maybe that's what he's planned. And on the other, in exchange for cost, maybe he don't have any things to combo off. Maybe
He's only set for one. I think he's afraid that his back row got wiped off.
yes, of course. Yes, quite surprised as well because as we all know, while playing back row decks like this, we have the King of the Sky Freezer to protect the back row. And very interesting, he's only set one and passed. And for maybe Jackie thinks that card might be the without medical punishments and not something else.
Looks like Jackie Chan is unable to move going first just now. I think it's safe to call that Won Junyang don't have to commit that much. He's passing his turn again.
Yes.
Is it?
Yes, he passes his turn again. Did he just pass his turn again?
I believe so. I saw Won Junyang draw a card.
I didn't see he draw. I didn't see he do anything. He just passes his turn.
Right.
But because in this scenario, he can activate like a back row removal at least, just preventing anything from happening.
So now that he searched for Conquistador,
Conquistadors.
let's see if the Golden Lord monster is going to be summoned out to putting on more damage to the Jackie Chan in terms of life points.
And we can see now that Junyang has the life lead. He's basically have the momentum on his field right now.
Surprisingly, he's sending his own Ecclesia to the grave.
Yes, I'm very surprised as well. Why sending the Ecclesia instead of the Cursed Outland to gain more advantage?
Seems like that could be a sense of Gozer match. But wait, it's all like, right?
Yes, it's all like really surprising choice of sending the only monster he had on the field.
Wow. Here comes targeting
Well, here comes
the light monster.
Wow. We finally have the response coming from Jackie.
Alright, here's a turnaround, I would say. As the Won Junyang trying to be greedy on the damage, but end up getting his Golden Lord being banished.
Yes, and this make me even wonder why he sent the Ecclesia to the graveyard. Maybe he has something more in line we not really know about.
I think the sending Ecclesia is just the first step to like have his Eldritch in the grave, and then as you can see, he calls out the Cursed Outland to revive the Golden Lord.
He don't have any other choice, so he have to choose the Ecclesia. If that's the case, that's pretty understandable. If you have no other choice, yes, that is the only way to do it.
Yeah, I think he wants to preserve his other trap cards. So, so now that Jackie Chan has, despite passing 2 turns,
He's now looking very lively.
he's still having a lead in the life points in 100.
Yes,
So
he
Maxi
has the
is
life lead.
Yep, the Maxi is changed upon disagreeing. So the Won Junyang might need to think twice before activating Conquistador.
Yes, but for a lot of moments we won't activate the conquistador unless we have something we wanted to get rid of. But in these scenarios, you're forcing your opponents to activate while you get to draw a card every time you get interrupted.
Alright, shall the LH player destroy the White Wyvern to prevent it going into Striker Dragon?
Yes, but in this same scenario, if he can search the Collapse Opponent, which is the Dark Dragon, he still can make Striker Dragon, but you're lessing one monster, of course.
Yeah. Now that you mentioned about it, I think yeah, it's not advisable to pop it right now.
Unless you wanted to take the risk of not having a extenders to follow up. Well, of course, now Jackie shows us that he has the follow up, which is the Orcus Hub Horror.
Right now we know why the Hub Horror itself cannot do anything, and the White Wyvern Buster itself also is not ideal to banish a Hub Horror. That's why this time he passed his 2 of his turn.
Yes, we can see that the hands has a lot of combo starters or even extenders, but he doesn't have the correct card to extend even more. And now we see the Dogmatic Punishment is activated, gonna be destroying one of the monsters.
He's probably going to send Antis.
Antis, yes, you're gonna send the Antis popping 2 monsters, of course.
Now that the
Antis gonna be with a new chain targeting Wyvern Buster. Gonna be
Wyvern
pop as well.
Buster going to search for Black Serpent, and then on top of that, he still have the Harp Horror, which can summon
Yes,
out.
you still have the powerful to go for the Gears 2, and which is still a basic Orcus combo. And of course, the Collapse Serpent is gonna come out as an extender as well because it has the light at the graveyards.
Does LH player has a Conquistador in his back row? I couldn't recall. But it's not that easy to go through 2 of the back rows. Yep. What card was being thrown?
Now,
is it Ash?
Yes, he's responded with the Ash, and Jackie answered it with the Crossout Designator. And now we see some response and answer from Jackie's.
I think there's no response for the crossout. You proceed to resolve his Harp Horror.
Yes, we're seeing no Imperial Orders now.
It's counter traps.
And
it's negating crossout.
Yes, it's Forever Golden Lord. I keep back everything I said. He really do have something in response.
Now that left that there's one Black Serpent.
He can push for damage if he's one. And also it can be go for a Striker Dragon if you have the Volus for extend by the Boost Sector Launch Field spell. You can go even more.
One last back rolls for the LH player. I doubt that it's going to be useless. It's less likely to have a break in the LH.
Yes, and now we can see he's going to Striker Dragons. Gonna be searching the field spell. And also the both light and dark dragons are hard once per turn to summon it out. They can't summon multiples in a turn. And also by doing so they don't have to extend the extent that they wanted.
Oh, here comes Triple Tactics drawing it for 2.
Yes, the triple tactics in response to the Ash and the Entis.
This is a very
And-
risky card to adopt. I believe he don't have any other cards. There's other cards, better cards to side out, so he chose to remain the Triple
Yes.
Tactics.
Yes, triple tactics is a very good tech card because you can draw into your extenders, and of course you can, if you have enough extenders in
But-
your hand, you can
But against
look into your opponent's hand.
I don't think there's much of a use, I guess. But seems like this Eldritch player tends to play some of the quite an amount of hand traps, so it pays
It's
off.
exposed to the triple tactical talents, of course.
Mm-hmm.
A very risky choice, I would say, for Jackie playing the triple tactics in response to anything. Maybe he's foreseeing the hand traps play, or after side decking, he thought that he might Beirut him, so he chooses to play that instead. And we can see up forward. We're going to see a Rusty Bardish or Galatia. And yes, we're going to see Galatia instead. And returning a all curse card from Banish. And are we going to see a crescendo? Oh, we're gonna see the Bible. Yes, we're going to see the Bible. Well, for certain methods, Bible is quite relevant in many ways because you have the Bible, your symbol skeleton, your hard core is live, and during the end phase, you can activate the Galactic effect, set your crescendo, so you have a guaranteed negates next turn. So for safety measure, is the good way to use it. And we see Dingrisu is gonna send a card, and it is a Conquistadors.
Alright, if the Conquistador is being used before the Dogmatica punishments, the counter traps should have can cause out the Conquistador. But
Yes, of
then,
course. And
yeah,
looks like Jackie is gonna end his board with the basic Orcus combo. With Dingrisu wipes out the last battle of Wang Junyang. Now Wang Junyang have to need one more turn to replenish his resources by using all the cards in the graveyards.
with only one Degrisu, I doubt that it's going to have any threats. It's causing any threats to the Eldritch player.
And I think he think hard about it because he still can replenish the elixir from the decks because some of the cards didn't activate this turn, so he can set those. We can see the Black Awakening and the Sanguine has been set. And like I said before, these decks replenishes a lot. And with every back rows you use, you get to use it again during the next turn. But of course, if you can outgrind it, it's a different stories. And now Jackie passes his turn with 1 Ingrisu and 4 hand cards, I believe.
It's time call for now.
Yeah, he's time call for now. So after 4 rounds, we'll see a deciding match. And you see, like we can still see the Hop Horror still in Jackie's graveyard. So if his Stingrisu been pushed out to the graveyard, he can use Hop Horror to summon Symbol Skeleton and respond with a Stingrisu instead. Since the Bible is still on the field, every hard effect is quick effect.
If his back row is happen to be some sort of like a judgment or solemn strikes, it's going to be hard for him to win this match. I mean, for this game, due to the fact that we are in a time call.
Yes, of course. While Jackie still has the life lead, it has the Ingrisu to prevent things from being destroyed at least once. And we see another cycle reader has been activated.
I believe the Sanguine is better to chain.
Yes, well, of course,
In
Sanguine
response.
doesn't target, so you can summon out from anywhere. Of course, you need to activate it in order for not using another Golden Lord. Otherwise, it will be critical.
The 3 other can cards is pretty crucial right here in order to decide whether he can stop Jackie Chan's turn.
Yes, of course, but as we can see, he's already activated the Cycle Reader twice, which is crucial against the decks that has so less monster in the graveyards.
Here comes the pirate to get rid of the Harp Horror later, but here comes, because of the Babel, I mean the Fierce Wheel.
Yes, the Bible gonna allowing Harp to summon out Girsu. Girsu's effect's gonna triggers, sending nightmares, replenishing all those resources again.
I think it's ideal to get his pirate in change of while the Jackie is trying to revive Dingrisu later.
Yes, of course. And with Dingrisu still on the field, it can prevent destroy at least once. So I don't think there's a reason for you to set the Conquistadors. Interrupting the graveyard will be more relevant since you can't touch the field that much. And now we see the Abyss came out to play.
I guess that Jackie Chan can either push for games or he can just actually like have all his monster in defense positions is good enough to win the game.
Yes, since we're in time call, as long as you can make a board to stop your opponent from getting through you, you're basically good to go, I believe.
Alright, this is crucial. He's trying to bait off the traps.
And with the unicorns being summoned, he's gonna putting the chain, having triggers 3 effects at top.
Alright, he's chain blocking.
Preventing the second, in case of second piece of the Forever Golden Lord. Of course, any in response to
Yeah,
communicates.
but come to think of it, if the LH player happen to activate the pirate, should the Dragon Link player choose to change his what was that, the level 7 on top of it, the Orcus level 7.
Yes, of course, and see if you have any response to it. Haquero has been responded as a chain 4, I believe.
I think there's no point for chaining the Orcus Nightmare, because even though you mill one card, it's also getting banished by the pirate.
Yes, and of course, it's a non-targetable banish. So if you have anything to respond now, it now will be the time. Otherwise, you're gonna have a free material. And of course, gonna be banishing the not Orcus Nightmare. Very interesting choice. So the rest of the two is gonna be searching, collect Serpent and Hawk. And of course, during resolve, the other is gonna be sending back to the deck.
I believe your LH player give up.
Yes, he's seen. I think he's seen enough. He's picking up his card.
We are going into the game number
We're going-
3.
As we're going into game 3, and of course, it is already in sudden death time call, so both players can't side anymore, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna straight going to the game tree and use the dice roll to
Decide whether who go
who's
first.
gonna go first, right?
Mm-hmm. I believe that's the traditional way we have in Malaysia.
Yeah, so you don't get. But I see both players are side king now, so maybe they think of it.
Okay, operator must support one day.
Alright, some correction over here. We won't have any time call for the top 4 matchups.
Yes, of course. Just now we already confirmed that there is no time call, and they can cite that. Of course, my mistakes. I thought they were time call just now. And now we go into the game tree. Maybe average player is going to be the one who go in first to set up a decent back row to hold up anything he can, preventing any combos being made.
第二張，一二三個四張啊。嗯，嚟一二三個四張啊。OK。嗯。
And we're starting the game tree, of course. And are we gonna see the traditional set 5 pass? I think it's yeah.
It is set 3. Is that yeah, the King of the Sky Prisons?
Yes, it's set 3 and activate King of the Sky Prison.
And it's
And Jackie is gonna be response with the Gamma. Well,
wow.
Ash's response to a Gamma. Really, really fascinating, I believe. It wants the extra pluses of the Sky Prisons. Very fascinating move coming from
With
Wong
that-
Junior having the Ash at the end.
With that being said, I think there's not much of a protection in terms of like Solemn Judgment in his back row. That's why
Yes, of
his
course,
King of
and-
Sky Prison have to stay alive.
Yes, of course, he wanted to prevent from getting Lightning Storm, of course. And with that being said, since you Ash the Gamma's gotta be stay at the hand. And if Jackie's going to make any combos, he will have monster on the field, so won't have to worry about the Gamma at the hand anymore. And now we're going to the Abyss combo, just like his usual, making the rank 4 plays. And of course, no response to the
Are we
special
seeing
summon of the
Skill
graveyard.
Drain?
And now we see Girsu. And Girsu is summoned, gonna mill another Orcus card or World Legacy, depending on which he needed. And Skill
Here
Drain has
comes
been
Skill
played.
Drain.
Yes, the card that
Yes.
escaped the bandits couple of times. And
Here-
we'll finally see it here.
Yeah, the first appearance of Skill Drain in this live stream.
Yeah, this is the first skill drain activate in this live stream. Big shout outs to all those players who play skill drains. You have your wish.
No response, I guess.
I believe no response. Yes.
This is probably going to stunt
This-
his deck.
Is Sky Prison going to come out, or he just wanted to stay at the hand in order to prevent any more battle removals? Looks like he's gonna keep it that way.
Jackie has a. Let's go for attack. And looks like there's no response. I believe he wants
Looks
to.
like he's just trying to push more damage. He wanted the life lead.
But here comes the big thing. If the eligible player happens to have any normal traps that can be activated, then he can special summon out King of Sky Prison and set maybe another port to further
Yes.
extend his lead. But it's better
Yes,
not be
and, of
sanguine
course,
if it's
yes, of
happened
course,
to be.
because
Yeah.
Sanguine is kind of restricted. And also, not to mention that just now when Girsu's attack, he has no response. So maybe the back row is not going to be activated now. He wanted to wait for a bigger bait. He's thinking about it.
It looks like a sanguine. And
It is a conquistador.
Alright, that's why he didn't choose to activate it during the battle phase, because I believe he'll be ran
Yes,
through from Biggersu, which has... Oh wait, it's actually... Does it have any attack buff?
yes, he has a higher same defense as Girsu, so maybe he don't want to activate it there. Really surprised that he activated now. And of course, Jackie gonna respond with Maxi, gonna draw 2 more cards for free in response to the Conquistador and King of the Sky Prisons.
I believe this
Drawing
was
that two very crucial. Still in Jackie's turn.
魔法都可以啦，唔係講要陷阱啫。咩魔法陷阱都得。OK。
And he's setting the Cursed Outland. He wanted the removal for next turns. Well, and does Jackie has any response to it? I believe no. After drawing these 2 cards, he just has his turns.
Does the Cursed Outland will be banished in Eldritch player's turn, despite he already activated it? Let me check on
Yes,
the
so
text.
Yes, he has to make use of the Cursed Outland this turn, because during the next turn of that card in set, during the next end phase, it's gonna banish itself. So if you wanted to use it, now would be the time.
Here, Cursed Outland is probably going to, as what we are seeing now.
And
He's
yes,
not using it.
he's got. Yes, maybe because you don't want to get restricted by the only undead monsters can attack when this card is face up, and if it get ashed, it stays there, so your monster can't attack as well. So it's pretty interesting choice to use it during the main phase twos. But now, since Jackie's field is empty, he still have Gammas in the hand, so any monster effect or Eldritch the Golden Rose effect activated would be responded. So have to make a wiseful choice now.
So I'm seeing probably the Conquistador is going to be linked away into either Link Spider or the World Chalice Imduk. And then the end phase can set Sanguine.
Yes. Well, for me, I'm going to Link Spider because it has a higher attack, so always. Oh, never mind. We're going to see Imduk.
Alright.
Going to see
So
Imduk
whether the Jackie Chance has any response on the Sanguine is very crucial. If the Sanguine is happen to be resolved, you still need to deal with the counter traps.
And not to mention a Skildred.
Alright, standby phase. Activating Sanguine.
Activate Sanguines, and no response. And while Jackie has 6 hands, 6 cards in the hands, will this be the changing factor after drawing that much by using the effects of Maxis? While Eldritch only have 1 hand cards left. I was gonna see a miracle comebacks.
You need to open up with like 2 copies of Evenly to actually like evenly the matches.
Yes, of course, if you have 2 evenlies, well, it is even up the odds.
When you need 2 evenly to even out the match, you know that the match is not in your favor.
Yes, that's why we play evenly to even out the odds. It clears us the board. Well, in exchange, you can't kill your opponent for their turn. And of course, with 6 hand cards in Jackie's hand, believe that he might have a lot of extenders so that he could bait as much as he wanted. But with skill drains on the field, you have restricted to only use the hands extenders and not on the field to disrupts. And he activates his boot sector launch. Basically a soul charge for the bullets decks or rockets, I believe. As long as your opponents have more monster than you get to soul charge from the graveyard or the hands, whichever comes first. He's thinking hard about it. Maybe he wanted to make a big monster just ram through without using any effects. And of course, have to deal with the 3,000 attacks, King of the Sky Prison, that big body, and of course the 2,800 additional gold sitting there.
He is probably should not end his turn like that. Oh well, that's like
Yes, or else that's there's no afterwards.
we're seeing a 5k5 plus a Imduk, which is it's not even 1k. Alright, normal summoning
Maxi is gonna
Maxi.
summon out. Yes, we're seeing a game. The 500 changes everything.
Maxi for the games.
Difference. Maxi is the 500 he needed for that moment, and he did it. Wang Junyang, Eldridge is gonna take the match. Of course, the Maxi came in the right timing. That 500 changes everything.
Yeah, even if
And you can see now,
yeah.
Eldridge is moving into the finals.
On the another side, we have Wang Tiankai moving to the finals. So stay tuned. We have Wang Tiankai versus Wen Junyang.
As the matches of the history will be back in a short while. And now we're going to the order again. Imperial order. I repeat, it is important, so I repeat twice. Imperial order. We're seeing this card multiple times in
Very
this whole
absurd.
tournament. Yes, very absurd. We're seeing this card appearing multiple times in mostly every game we saw until now. This card are absolutely insane. We see it every single time, and now he's returning again.
Looks like there's no more recursions in terms of the Brave Token spells card. And then I believe Wang Tiankai already expands like all of his resource going into that board just now, which just like get simply trashed off by the L-Leech.
Of course, not to mention with the Imperial Order is already active on the field, so the Destined Journey, the continuous spell, and the Eclipse spell can protect the tokens from being destroyed by battle. So essentially, it stops the deck for a while. Also, Also, you're stopping yourself from from being dusted, from being one spell turned back, and it prevents a lot of things. Of course, Wang Junyan can't use any spell as well, but it doesn't really matter if you already have a solid burn. Both players are pushing as much as they can. Well, unfortunately for Wang Junyan, he don't want to commit too much, knowing that he might expose to the tensions. So he and what Chen Chen is going to attack the Eldritch, although he wanted to banish power and return the card. And not to mention, he's bringing back the Coral Dragon, which is also a one to pop. It's not big effect as Crocosaurus, but it is still a disturbance on the field. And not to mention, when he sends to the graveyard, you get to draw a card. But it doesn't matter because your Shen is going to bring it back from the banished power regardless.
Right, I think Imperial Order alone doesn't make any big impact to the Brave players.
CyhKai has the lead now because of the monsters count, but of course we can't count one junior out either because of the bad rules. Might changes anything as well. Dogmatical punishment has been activated, of course targeting the coral dragons. For a potential pop, we wanted to get rid of the monster as soon as possible.
Looks like he's putting back a lot of damage here.
Yes, he's pushing as much as he can, but with Shen in the graveyard, he still can special summon itself from the graveyard by banishing two monsters. So this is never the end. As long as Shen is battled, he can return one banished monster to the graveyard. It's a never ending recursion, but can the Eldritch hold on as we speak?
We are seeing a back and forth over here. Once the Chen is being get rid of, the Eldritch player is safe to open up all of his Eldritch cards.
Both players doesn't want to commit that much because they knowing the risk of putting everything on the line. They might not able to recur anything in the process.
The Imperial Order is slowly burning down the life points of the Eldritch player, but I don't think that matters much. Alright.
And of
You
course,
just want to
Wang
have...
Junyan realizing he can't realize he can't even bring back the life lead. He just picks up his card and will go into a game too.
Alright, now we are seeing the LH player pick up his card. Let's move on to the game number 2. This Chen Chen keep on reviving is it's not a great act for the LH player.
How their play style, knowing how the deck's gonna end up, and now it's really being decisive. Now it will Wang Tiankai gonna take the game and close up the tournament with just 2 games and 2-0 opponent, or will Wang Junlian keep grinding until he grinds to victory? We'll see that after the side decks. And I believe just now, of course, the Imperial Order a very good choice of side deck against the Brave token, since you're preventing them from to exile even more, and not to mention those like Power by the Graves, which will kind of be activated.
But the fact that Wang Tiankai can constantly put on multiple monsters on the board, which brings a lot of pressures to the LH player, because he didn't draw into cards like a Torrential Tribute or perhaps the LH Pirate to get rid of the Shen Shen.
Yes, of course, the Chen Chen is very crucial for Eldritch because it's a macro cosmo, especially against decks that requires a lot on the field. And with the appearance of Shen Shen and a Crocosaurus on that board, really brings up a lot of differences in between matches. And also, when we see just now, Wang Junior, did he have any good responses? He only have the Gamma and not a lot of like skill drains or floodgates to be encountered. So during game 2, he might choose to go first to have a decent board and make it even more like stable until he can push through damage.
你要讲个132对吗？132要
Alright, it's hype up everyone. Now we are at the game number 2 of the Duelist Cup Malaysia 2021 final. Is Wang Tiankai going to walk home with the Anako digital prize, or is Wang Junyan going to make a comeback?
We're going to see now we are on the game 2 who will close it out, or Wang Junyang is going to clinch at the end. We're seeing, yes, we're seeing the extravagance, going drawing for 2s.
Right, is his spot going to resolve?
Yes, of course, he's going to resolve on Tiankai. He is straight up to say you may draw, and yeah, these 2 cards, will they change the facts? Will they change the factor of the game?
Let's see if Wang Tiankai has any background removal in his opening hands. Else, I think it's not wise to. I mean, it's less likely to go through the skill drain under for his combo.
Maybe, of course, the draw 2 is obviously have to be drawing those side decks you wanted, those important side decks. Make sure that you're safely, and of course, live through for the following turns.
I think Golden Match is quite impactful against the Brave Token. Good stuff.
Yes, of course.
Aside from skill drain, yeah.
Yes, the Golden Match and even Rivalry of the Warlords is also fine, but depends on which you place. Of course, it's going to pay the Golden Match because it doesn't. Actually, he's a wide variety of choice. Yeah, and we'll see the basic setups from Junior. He's gonna fetch all of the golden board cards in order to replenish his turns.
As we can see here, LH players expends a lot of resources just to get the LH to the grave and then back to the field with that immune.
Yes, and of course setting the correct barrels instead of those that might not be used during these turns.
Wow, we're still seeing King of Sky Prison to further
Yes,
off
it's King of Sky Prison further off the combos
to
to protecting
protect
the
his back
barrels from
row.
lightning storm. Yes, we're seeing the second time in the top four.
Is there any counter traps that he was setting just now?
I didn't see any counter chess. I only see like Conquistador and Sanctuaries. Maybe he have in the one of the set cards we don't know. Well, I think we'll find out soon enough. As soon as CyhKai makes a move, he will respond it with his battle he just said, and of course the Sky Prison will reveal to us.
Looks like just now he was setting the Conquistador of the Sanguine instead of setting the counter traps. In that case, I think he's pretty much confident that the King of Sky Prison alone is enough. Here we see a small
Yes,
world.
oh, we see a small world. Is he going to search the one card starters? And for players who didn't know about Small World, this is a new normal rare card. Yes, just released in the OCG. What this card do is you can reveal one monster at the hand and reveal one more with the deck with the same type, attribute, level, or attack defense. Exactly one of those. Banish the one from your deck and second card face down, and you search one with the similar stats they have. So it get rid of two cards from your hand and deck to search whichever you need. And of course, the choices is inevitable. It has a lot of choices.
Here comes the Brave Token.
And of course, activate the small world just to search for the Aquamancer for the Brave tokens to be alive.
So like as you can see here, Won Junyang set 2 Sanguine, I believe, which basically is not a form of interruptions. And then for what we know is that there's only one Conquistador and then 2 unknown set cards. Let's see if the Brave Token Griffon can be summoned out.
Also, the two set cards, the unknown set card on one Dunyang's field gonna be crucial. It might change this turn and might live through it because as we can see now, the next
Oh,
turn
he activated the Fusion Destiny. Looks like he's not going to combo off.
Because there's also the combo off. You wanted the guaranteed pop.
And then LH player in response with the Goza match. This is very crucial.
Without the Griffin Rider, he's not going to be negating the Gozen match, and he's just gonna.
Alright, LH player is probably Alright, Maxi is chaining over the Sanguine.
He wanted the extra draw to make it count, and also he did pass his turn, so he's not going to do any more combos with one Brave tokens on the field that can
And
eventually tank for 2 attacks.
and then the Conquistador you change on top of Maxi.
He's probably going to destroy the tokens as well. He wanted to make sure they had no monster on the field. Oh no, he destroyed the spells instead.
Right. You don't have to even summon out the King of Sky Prison to even, because I think King of Sky Prison is in Dark Attribute.
And also he's activated Sanguine, so it's being restricted into just undead. So it's still a good choice keeping Sky Prison on the hand because you still can protect your back rows during your next following turns.
Your rich players still have the counter traps. And then 2 unknown set card. And on
And
top
one
of
more unknown
that,
set card.
is setting another piece of Conquistador. How do you go through this? How do you go through?
Pretty much a solid board. You have a interruption of the Golden Mesh already, and we have a Conquistador and one more unknown threat that we not really know. And of course, we have 3 monsters with a ball with a 2005 bodies.
And top of that, King of Sky
This is gonna-
Prisons activating again.
He's got it. Yes, and CyhKai's gonna pick up the card. We're going to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. The one of the decisive match. Who will be the first place? Who will be taking the grand prize? Who will close out this Duelist Cup Malaysia 2021 with a bang? You just see it. And both players are side looking right now.
But one thing I know for sure is definitely is Mr. Wong is going to get the champion.
Yeah. Oh yes. Of course, I forgot. Maybe they're related. They are bloodly related with the same surname. And yes, Mr. Wong is gonna take the game, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm. We are in the final match, final game right now. Who do you guys think will win this Duelist Cup Malaysia? Please comment down below. Leave a message on the chat.
Yes. Please basing on chat, who are you looking for? Who will take the final games? Would it be Wong Yang or would it be Wong CyhKai? And of course, you guys already at the home, make some noise and root for your boys out there. Whoever you support, root for him, make some noise. And we're going to start soon. Prepare your
Yeah,
bags, ladies and gentlemen. All about the hype train.
as you know, it's the final match. There's certainly some degrees of pressure that both the players are experiencing, which is one of the things,
Yes.
one of the factors you guys need to encounter while attending big events like this.
Yes, of course, this is already a pressure when you had the finals because each one of your move is crucial. And of course, this is not the same we doing it at the local shop because hundreds, tens of hundreds of people are going to be watching you in the events for playing the match. Well, even so, during the playback, we're still going to watch this and to mention still have people watching this on live. So the pressure is of course going to be here.
Both players are doing their final shuffle.
This is the shuffle of their lives. Trust me, heart of the cards.
Yep.
Yes. Oh, they already done table shuffling the cards and gonna decide how to cut the decks.
Wong
This is the
CyhKai is
part-
probably
this is
going
the
to
last
go
one.
first. And whether he
Yes,
can
making
still
the
set
board.
up the board like what he did on game number 1.
Yes, setting up the board and make sure that the opponent doesn't play through it. And also, Wong Junwei gonna be risking everything he has to break through that board and leave through another turn.
到开翁听天开的 screen，你们看得到吗？看到。哦，出题1、2、3、4、5、6、7，OK 啊。你1、2、3投4张就可以了。怎样？OK，你选。OK，可以。
Okay, final game. Here we go. Are we gonna see I would say Cinderella stories?
没问题。
This one is going to go first. And like I said, every one of the Brave Tokens player activate that spell at first hands.
It must be feeling so good going against Eldritch and well, you can open up with Brave Token.
You're feeling really good every single time your first turns and you're seeing that card. You're pretty much going off safe and smooth. If opponent doesn't dash it, well, even if they do this, there ain't much you can do about it.
可以。
Kai's gonna summon out the Arborea, the
可以。
Crusader Mount Tuners. And the is gonna search for the Aquamancer. It's gonna search without, and of course the Neofiber combo is at play.
Here comes the most notorious Link monster, and there's no response on top of it.
Yes, we see no response from Wang Junyan. We see from Wang Junyan by the summon of the Halki Fibrex and the Jet Synchron, and now we're going to the Aurora Dawn place.
There's one thing that CyhKai has to keep in mind is that if setting out a board is still subsequent to the Lava Golem, but so that
And of course, currently he don't have a Griffin Rider, so he might be exposed to the Nibiru as well. Not to mention about that.
Interesting why he chose not to activate the Griffon just yet.
Yes, it's very surprised why he chose not to summon out the Griffin. Even the Griffin is already at hand, he still get to special summon it out for free since it's a body.
I believe like that will clock out another monster zones, which he would like to avoid, I guess.
Oh yeah, that may be becoming crucial as well because you have the Brave tokens and you have the All Lion, you might have enough space for the Griffin Rider as well.
Alright, sorry for the technical issues just now. We are back in the games. And now that he's even opening up with Fusion Destiny. Are we seeing Shen Shen again? Nope.
Surprisingly, he didn't go for the Griffin Rider, and now he's go for the Saurus and a Fusion Destiny. Really surprised he didn't summon out
Griff.
the Griffin Riders, don't you think? And of course, is the with the crucial bot of Fenshen, Crocodile, and Enforcer.
I believe he want to keep it until in case his opponent has the lava golem.
And yes, maybe, but even if lava golem, you have to keep one on the field, so it might be crucial here.
All right. Now that you can see that the Eldritch is probably better pop off that traps, but
Yeah, he's doing his work again, sending off the Shenshen.
but with focus in hand, he still got a lot of traps to be caused off to summon out that Eldritch. He's ending his turn.
He passing his turn.
No.
I think one card was just passing the turn.
Oh
No. He's asking for response. If he's asking for response, he's asking for response. Just when we thought he was passing his turn.
All right.
He's going to attack through the Crocosaurus, of course, without having a chance to discard 2 and pop card, of course.
As you can see here, the 2 set card was the Golden Land cards, which means he's probably going to set the Sanguine, but Sanguine is not a form of interruptions, which is
so
pretty
the other
sad.
3 set cards will be crucial now. We're gonna see what are the other 3 set cards gonna bring into place.
The key thing over here is that let's see what can the Eldritch does. I believe he's trying to pop off the token.
Yes, maybe he tries to pop the token for not allowing the Equip spell to bounce a card, since the Equip spell can bounce a card on all field.
Oh man, it's skill drained.
Yes, we're seeing skill drain once again. That is the game changing, ladies and gentlemen. We're seeing that card brings the game over, and of course, it is in response to the Phoenix Enforcer, so it doesn't have a King 2 in response to it.
Is there any red report?
Do we see a reboot here? Yes.
This is game changing. Is there a counter trap? There isn't. There isn't any counter traps.
There isn't any response, so yes, means that now he won't have any responses to the.
And the D hero gets a pop. Let's see what hero he pops.
Yes, the Conquistador still get the resolve because it is early in the chain.
But chaining 2 is the D hero, Phoenix Enforcer, so I think he can just pop off the Conquistador.
So this is a tricky question. Well, it reboots. The rate reboot is in response to the skill gen. So does the previous chain trap just still get to ongoing, or is just sent back on the field?
I mean, the rate reboot text says that negate the activation, and if you do set the card face down, then the opponent can set 1 other trap directly from the deck. For the rest of this turn, after this card resolve, your opponent cannot activate trap cards. But since the Conquistador has already been activated, it's definitely going to be resolved.
Yes, of course, it's gotta be resolved because for the rest of the turn, it says after this card resolve, your opponent can activate traps. So since that card is already being activated, so it's going to be resolved and pop a card continue. So regardless, he's going to pop a card, I believe.
Right now that the ideal play for CyhKai is that he can summon out Shen and then try to get rid of as much as possible of those trap cards, so that there's no any other recursion we're going to happen.
And yes, of course, because with Shen on field, basic a macro Cosmo, so you will not get any recursion of the Eldritch.
Let's see if there's any follow-up plays. This is your best time to win.
And of course, since CyhKai is already activated the red reboot, he must make this turn count. If it doesn't, he still have to deal with all of those battles the next following turn. It might cost him there.
Alright, he bounces the skill drain to hand with the equip spell.
Wish period is being made, and I think we are going to see a link place now. Now we see the barricade blockers link off the online tokens of the break tokens.
And funny thing is that just now, because
What a game, ladies and gentlemen.
because just now the LH player has a full back row being set, that's why the red reboot doesn't allow. I mean, the LH player cannot set another trust from the deck, which is unfortunate.
Yes, of course, with the red reboot already being activated, every trap in the deck is already stunned for turn, and now you are going to see if he can make that turn counts, because any resources
Here
you
comes
use
Shen
now
Shen.
is gonna be. Here comes Shen Shen. Shen Shen is there, and
Alright, the LH player picks up his deck.
yeah, he's because his deck. He realizing that he can't deal with it anymore, and the attacks is enough. Yes, we have. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our champion here. It is going to be Wong CyhKai from Apex Blader. Congratulations. We're seeing a miracle comeback with one red reboot, changes everything.
Yup.
And ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Wong CyhKai.
Wong Tiankai gets to walks off with the Injection Lily, the IP Masquerena playmat, and then also the digital prize from Enako.
And yes, what a game, ladies and gentlemen.
That red reboot,
What a
man.
wonderful event. And the wonderful events, the red reboots really changes everything. It also shows that why the card is limited to one.
You got your Imperial Order, I got my red reboot, man.
Well, guys, I'm literally sweating right now because the intense, the pressure, well, I'm feeling it in my loins, ladies and gentlemen. Although I'm not playing there, but I'm still feeling the tension. And of course, congratulations to Wang Junyang as well for getting second place. Very, very nice of utilizing the Eldritch decks, and of course, and also to any other the participants in these events. Congratulations to all to make it this far, and of course, your effort is really paid off. You make it this far. We've seen what you're capable of, and of course, we'll be saluting you all, of course.
Alright, what a day, man. Congratulations to all the winners on your effort, and thank you fellow judges and committees for moderating this event. This live stream couldn't be possible without you guys. Special thanks to CyhKai for joining me on these commentary sessions. Any shoutouts, Kai?
Yes, first of all, I want to shout out to Ethan and ESDR Gaming for having me here. And this is my first time doing commentates for Yu-Gi-Oh! And I never did it before. I really commented to other games. And also, big shout outs to Cut Country for having us here. And also, every single player in this event will be shouting out to you guys as well. You guys make it possible. Some of the players I know well in real life, and also every viewers, everyone that subs, everyone that watches. Shout out to you guys. You're being nice, and also to our big Konami's for creating this game for allowing us to play. And yeah, that's it. For any shout outs you want, Ethan.
Alright, lastly, we'd like to say thank you to all the viewers who stay on watching till now, or you happen to slide it into this video without knowing this was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Live stream. Thank you too. Hope that the current COVID situation in Malaysia can turn better. Can't wait to do face-to-face or attend huge Yu-Gi-Oh! Events like the YOT or ACQ. Let's take our responsibility to comply with the SOPs set by government, and don't forget what the injection lady asked you to do so, which is sign up for vaccinations. Really can't wait to meet you guys in person. Hope you all and your family and your friends are healthy. It's time to say goodbye. As always, don't forget to subscribe and share it to your friend if you enjoy watching this video or this live stream. That's it. Signing out. Peace.
Yes, we're signing out. See you guys next